landing, over. Roger, understand. Go for landing. Eagle looking great. Houston, the Eagle has landed.
What time is it?
5:30, sir.
And good evening, my friends. Welcome to the Return to Monster Island closeout party. We've had a great campaign. I couldn't be happier how this bad boy has ended up. And I'm happy you guys are here to celebrate with me. I've got the Blantons right here with the little horse. It's got an N for Nolan, of course, on there. Isn't that great? Stuff's hard to get. So I thought I'd see it's even unopened. Going to crack that baby tonight to celebrate the successful Return to Monster Island campaign. Hoping some friends will be popping in here in a little bit. I know it's a Saturday evening and people are busy doing stuff. But I appreciate everybody who is taking the time to come in here or is watching it right now on X or on YouTube. Let's say hello to the chat before we begin. Han shot first. Rancid Potato is here. Grey Wolf Graphics. Leg Kick One. Grifter, who has just stepped out to buy a cigar. Like the way you think, Grifter. Cole King. Hey, Graham. Congratulations on another great campaign. Thank you. It's only successful because of you guys, everybody that backs it. Henry Bemis posted the link. Thank you, Henry. One of our wrenches. Rob Fellows is checking in from jolly old England. Hail, Rob. He says, hail, Graham and Monster Islanders. Celebration time. Yes, yes. I don't know what you got over there, Rob, but I got the good Kentucky bourbon here, my friend. Jen Saska is here. Hello, Jen. She says, hail to the legendary Graham Nolan. Can't wait to get our copy. I can't wait to get it to you. Richie Dupe is here. Marcus Kelligrew. Spambot. So what's so island about these monsters anyway? I don't even know what that means. Tater says, let's go. Tom Tuttle, who brings the funny today. Hail Graham, hail chat, hail monsters. Ooh, Normie Nerd's got some Elijah Craig, old fashioned going now. Nice. Well said. Cole King wants to know, do I have any Ghost Challenge coins that will be available at a later time? I think I'll have some left over. I will post it probably on the Compass Comics website once everybody is fulfilled. But I do think I have maybe 25 will be left over. So we shall see. Dr. Mask is here. Marcus Kelligrew. Oikily Doikily. Bob in Kansas City, who lurks. Black Ice, who has a cool Bane logo. Kenneth Feige, or Fike. Congratulations. Thank you. Geronimo. Finally back. Looking forward to it. Well, better late than ever, Geronimo. I do appreciate it. Andrew Gonzalez. What's up, Graham? Congrats on 100,000. Thank you. Marcus Kelligrew. Graham, you were fun on John's long box today. I had fun with John. That was good. Grifter says congrats on 100K. And Jake Blues is here too. Great. Well, we got a nice crowd here. That's for sure. And we've got the newest king in the back room. Let's bring him in, Mr. Paul Ravoche.
Hey, Graham.
Hey, Paul. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
How are things in the Great White North?
Well, it's getting less white. It's really great. The lights here. And today was really spring-like.
Nice.
Yeah, it was like all melting. Although in the last couple of days, I think you're probably not that far from me, right? In terms of the continent.
You're in Toronto area, right?
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm just outside of Buffalo.
Okay, so that's not so far. So maybe you had I was going to say the snowstorm. So
yep,
it wait until the end of winter for the really big snowstorm.
Yeah,
and that's all melting. It was great today. Very beautiful.
Nice. We're supposed to get that come Monday. I swore I wasn't going to snowblow again this season, and damn it, I had to snowblow this morning.
Yeah. No, winter always tests us, right? Like at the end,
yes,
doesn't give up easily.
Yeah. Welcome to the Northeast, right?
You're right. Yeah.
We can't all be lucky and live in warm weather areas like this cat, Mr. Andy Smith.
Oh my God! It was a nice
It was hello, Paul. It was a balmy 70 degrees and sunny today. So,
Where are you, Andy?
what do you have? I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh, cool. Okay, so a lot more south.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Andy. I got something in my eye here. Let me just
Oh,
here we go.
that's,
Got it.
that hurts. Yeah, I hear you guys got snow. Well, I mean, Syracuse did. I know that. Did you?
Yeah. We had
How
quite a
much?
few. I would say probably it was thick, so it was probably about 4 or 5 inches.
Oh,
Yeah, but it's most of it's gone. I blew it out this morning, and then the sun got on it because, as Paul was said, the sun was out today, and it's going to be in the 50s by Monday, so we'll be good.
that's good. That's
Yeah,
good. Cool.
So yeah, we're gonna do a little drinking tonight. I don't know if you are, because you're gonna be watching some movies with your family, but I am. I got the Blantons here. Got the Blantons ready to go.
Nice.
And just gonna kind of chill and have a little party here, celebrate. We're gonna close it out tonight, and if anybody hasn't backed it, please go to the link that's at the top of the chat. Back it before it closes tonight. Tomorrow morning at 3 a.m. It's West Coast time. It'll go in demand for a short period, but then I want to get the files off to the printer as soon as I can. So getting into the queue there, so everything gets done on time. But cool. It's done very well. We're at 103.15 with 1,290 backers. The little
Amazing.
campaign.
It's great.
Yeah, I'm
Definitely got to get that to 1,300 for my OCD backers, and has to at least get to 105. I mean, come on, 105 if not higher.
Oh, we can do 105. Yeah.
Can I ask you a first question, Graham, about this?
Yeah. Go ahead,
like
Paul.
I said to you in my message, I mean, I've got a whole sheet of them here.
Oh my gosh! All right,
I'm
prepared
like that. But
I didn't know there was going to be a test.
Yeah, right. There's a test at the end.
I know.
No, this is like a pre-question, but and it's I'm exposing my dumbness, but when it says on these campaigns, it'll say like on a page like yours here, it'll say 100,000 in this and like another one. Is that just because you ran a campaign on another platform and it's obligated to expose it here? Like, how does that work? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't have it on mine because I only ran it here. But
okay,
yeah,
but, often you'll see like two different totals.
Yeah,
I think what you're talking about. Yeah, go ahead. I think we're both on the same page, Graham. Yeah. It's so when this campaign goes in demand, which means it's just open, it's a storefront kind of thing. Then it'll say down below the green bar, it'll say on raised, however much money this raises at 3 a.m. this morning, it'll say, raised on March, by March 24th, it raised this amount. And then when it goes in demand, you still see the total. It doesn't like start over, but you can look at it and go, oh, so if the live campaign raised this amount and it's raised this much in demand.
Like afterwards.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Because like I said, this is great because I'm assuming there's other people like me out here. Like I've been following this as it were from the outside, trying to pick up like what's going on, what are different people doing, watch different streams and so on. But I can see there's a lot of knowledge that you need to understand all the working parts. So that's where all my questions came from. Is like I'm trying to absorb all this stuff. But like I said to you, Graham, in the message, like stop me if I ask you too many questions because I certainly don't want to. We don't want to take over.
We want everybody to succeed. So this is information we're happy to share to help you when you start your launch and make it successful.
And there must be lots of other people.
The other thing that'll happen is if you started on Kickstarter now will port over to Indiegogo for in demand when the Kickstarter is over. So if you see something like raised on another platform, typically that's what that means.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. So there's nothing technically stopping you from, and this is like all the pieces I'm trying to, mm-hmm. Is there anything technically stopping you from, or do people habitually do two campaigns on different things? Is it just a matter of choice, or is that verboten, to like not that I want to do it. I'm just trying to understand how all this works. And I assume lots of people in the audience have probably got similar questions. So,
well, the reason some people like Billy will use Indiegogo. He'll launch on Indiegogo, and then maybe 2 weeks later he'll launch on Kickstarter. He started on Kickstarter. He's got a following there, so that works for Billy. It's also it's twice the work. You have to build and maintain 2 different campaigns, and then you also have the fulfillment of both. I'm not into that myself. 45 days of this is taxing enough. You know, now when this is over, as of tomorrow, it'll go in demand. It can still raise money, but now I can focus on getting stuff done. Monday, I'll be working on the 8-page extra story that's going along with this, that we reached because we hit the $100,000 stretch goal. So that'll be fun because now I don't have to concentrate on assets. I don't have to concentrate on marketing and all that other stuff that I do every single day. Phrasing something differently, trying to make it interesting, trying to figure out how to reach different people. Now I can just focus on drawing and writing, you know.
Absolutely, yeah.
But if I had 2 campaigns, you know, I did that once and I was like, never again.
Yeah, it's difficult. I did it once too, and it definitely is difficult. It makes fulfilling a little more difficult.
Yep.
But I mean, you could run it on, you know, you can run it here, Kickstarter, Fund My Comic. You know, you can run it as many platforms as you want.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not that it's verboten or you can't do it. You know, it's just, do you have the time and the energy to do it?
And if you're one person or 2 people, like how do you all the different components? So can I ask you more questions then?
Yes, please go ahead. The fans will love
this. Sorry?
I said the fans will love this, you know.
Yeah. Okay, hopefully this is, can I read out? I made a short intro. It's really not long, so it won't be boring. But got to get the glasses. The eyes are going on me.
I hear that.
Yeah. So most of
mine
my
are off
questions
to the side.
So I said, this is just to introduce where I'm at with this personally and for generally. Most of my questions are related to business and monetization. So be warned, I have a lot of them. So please stop me. I said that already. So this is my point of view. Say that you're an artist of whatever level, beginner, intermediate, or advanced, and you already have an online presence. You might have a website and be on several social media platforms. But then you see people who have gone further and are monetizing their brand and art further. And you want to learn how to do that. So what are the components necessary to achieve success in that? You see that there's a further sort of constellation of things around your art, which would be at the center, which you need to put together to successfully have a platform, get eyeballs and attention in the modern online and crowdfunding comics and art space. And so you need to do that to make money so that you can keep going. And each piece of this array of things has a learning curve and involves making choices and decisions about which way to go. So it can be confusing or even a bit bewildering because there are quite a few things to learn at once. There's more options than ever and more voices stating different opinions about each of these things. So these things are enjoyable in and of themselves. I mean, the things like around the actual doing of art, but they also entertain, inform, and grow the audience. And I'm speaking in my voice. I'm a veteran artist, but new to actually plunging into the online presence and crowdfunding pool. And so I thought I'd ask you guys some questions. I said all that. So here in no particular order are some questions, again, mostly from my point of view, which is that of an artist who wants to upgrade his activities to monetize and grow and so on. So number 1, what are the first things I or anyone in a similar position to me should be doing and focusing on, beyond, of course, making my art, in order to build my audience and brand so as to lead eventually to monetizing it successfully? And I mean monetizing outside selling the actual comics and, maybe doing commissions. The monetization doesn't happen immediately or automatically. So what steps would you recommend or are the correct first ones? And of course, I'm thinking of things like, you see people using like Twitter, YouTube, there's monetization on YouTube. There's things like, I don't know if you're doing that, but with these streams, but I guess you are with super chats, like at a certain point. And so EVS is being like, I guess, one of the trailblazers. So it's like, and then there's more things I could say, but you see where I'm going. It's like,
Yeah.
There's a lot of that stuff, and you can't just jump and do it all instantly.
Right.
So I think that probably many people are in my position, like you have some art experience at whatever level, but then you're going like, okay, there's all these things to learn. I've been learning, for example, about YouTube with my thing, just making short videos. So yeah, I'm just open to learning. Like, what would you recommend as steps?
The answer to that is YouTube is where you're going to reach the most amount of people. There's not, they don't throttle back the same way that Facebook does. You know, the algorithms don't destroy you. And Twitter, I find I get the most traction out of Twitter and YouTube. Instagram's no good because you can't put hyperlinks in there.
Right.
So that's really no good. And Facebook, again, as I mentioned, the algorithms will just tear you up as soon as you put a link in there. Forget about it. You know, you might have 5,000 Facebook friends, but of that 5,000, you only about 250 are seeing any of your posts. And of that 250, and of that 250, it's only the ones that already engage with you. So you're not reaching the people that haven't seen it. And then you attach a link to it, and of that 250, maybe 25 are actually seeing it. Yeah, I mean it's
I didn't realize that.
I'll post the link and I'll see the same 5 to 10 people like it. You know, like let's say a link to this campaign, and I post a nice piece of art with it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Nothing. I'll post a picture of an otter and say, "Isn't he cute?" Freaking 300 likes.
Wow. So that explains it. I mean, maybe I'm an internet doofus. I've been trying to follow all this stuff. Like, I don't know where you learned that, but I've definitely noticed that I'm in this little, maybe it's because I'm always posting links to things I've done or whatever it is, because I'm in this little tiny tide pool, and there's the same, and I very much appreciate them. So if anybody's listening who always likes my posts, it's always the same people. So you're going like, what the heck's going on? Where like, is nobody seeing this? So you're saying YouTube is the answer to build your YouTube?
Yeah,
any kind of
activity to people right now. You know, 300 people, almost 300 people right now that are listening right now. So that's huge. You know, and some, you know, show I did the other day, we had like 1,200 people. So that's key is getting your personality out, getting the truthfulness of who you are out there. And this is all important in developing trust, so that, because with crowdfunding, you're asking people to help fund this project before it's made.
They can kind of look you in the eyes, as it were, and get a sense.
And they want to see what type of a person you are.
It really is. I mean, like Graham said, there's say 300 people watching or whatever the number is.
Yeah.
But because, you know, we're talking to the camera, whatever, I know when I watch a YouTube stream like this, it really does feel like one-on-one, because it's not like you're in an auditorium and there's 300 people out there that are actually watching you. This really feels like one-on-one, and it's a great way to interact with fans. And Paul, I've watched every video you've done on your channel. I mean, you're dropping them like they're hot. I got to admit, I wouldn't worry about them, because I often hear you say, "Oh, we're getting up on 10 minutes here, 12 minutes." You know, I think, and you know, they're the pre-recorded ones you're dropping. You know, if you do a 20-minute, 30-minute video, as long as it's engaging, I wouldn't really sweat it that much.
Okay.
Because sometimes you end your video and I'm like, it's over. I watched the Mazzucchelli. I watched the Mazzucchelli one, and I was just like, this is awesome.
Oh, thanks.
So,
yeah, I mean, I've been doing that stuff for years for myself, because I really try and practice what I preach. And like I say, my idol, Alex Toth, he was all over that stuff. And you know, that's why one reason I glommed onto him is because I could see first as a kid, when I looked at his art, how truthful it was. Like my example I give is the story he did in DC, was that Our Fighting Forces or whatever, the one called Burma Sky. So being an airplane nerd, I could see that he drew the Gloucester Gladiators exactly right. Whereas Joe Kubert, as great as he was and is, you know, I knew even as a kid who was like into that, okay, that's not a correct tank, or the biplanes in Enemy Ace were like fake. Like it was basically vaguely there, but it was not at all. And you're
Well,
as
it
a
was.
kid,
They're so well drawn.
yeah.
I think with Joe, it always came down to impressionistic because that's what his style was.
Yeah.
Because it's the same thing with Russ Heath and Sergeant Rock. Russ Heath would draw great tanks, and he got all the bolts and the rivets. You know, I mean, he just pulled you in with those things.
There's that splash page of the Tiger tank he did, which is like unfreaking believable. You know the one I'm talking
Was that a double page spread or a splash? Spread,
I think
right?
it was a double page. Yeah.
Yeah.
Evidently, I heard that he took a model, took a picture of it, and then made the adjustments for the anamorphic lens so that everything was proportional properly.
Yeah.
And then he drew it, you know, and oh my God, he had every nut and bolt and oh, this is amazing. Paul Taylor for $10 super chat. Let me thank you, sir. Hail chat and panel. Congrats on another successful campaign, Graham. Hi, Andy. Don't know Paul, but he is obviously very smart with that first name. He's also Canadian, like you, Paul.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Go to Paul. What's your tell Mr. Taylor here? Give everybody what your website is. So they can find out about you.
Well, everything online for me is under Rocket Fiction, like rocket and fiction, like a book, one word. And so that's like www.rocketfiction.com, my website. But on YouTube, that's the same thing. You can just search that, and Instagram and everywhere. So that's like my one unified way for people to find me. And there's a Canadian Paul Club. There's lots of Pauls. So Andy, like I think that the shortness thing, the length of the videos that we're talking about, that's really useful. It's mostly a technical thing. It's me muttering to myself because I was finding trouble uploading longer videos to iCloud and then putting them on. It's just a technical thing because my computer's a little old. So here's me moaning about that. But that's one reason that was kind of a limiting factor. But going back to YouTube and stuff. So you're saying, Graham, that is and Andy, that it's important to have a live presence, you should use StreamYard, or YouTube has a live function, I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you have to get a certain amount of hours and all that to go live on YouTube. That's why before you get there, we all would use StreamYard, because on StreamYard you can go live to YouTube, live to Twitter, X, and even Facebook at the same time.
So you circumvent that.
Let me take care of the super chat, guys. When the super chats come in, they get front of the line here. So
absolutely.
Avenger, $2. Thank you, sir. Backed Monster Island 2, MI2, and got OG original Gangster Monster Island in the bundle. Cheers. Beautiful. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Now let's bring this man in, Mr. Ron, Two-Fisted Garney.
Hey, Ron.
Two-Fisted.
There he is, Ron.
I have 3 fists, but one is underneath where you can't see.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to know.
Oh, yes, you do.
Okay, yeah.
I kind of do.
Hey, Ron, look what I got out tonight.
All right.
Nice.
I got the Blanton.
I'm in. I got my Knob Creek. I got Uncle Nearest here too, but I like the maple flavor of this better.
Nice. I think I'm echoing through your speaker.
What?
I think I'm echoing through your speaker.
Oh, okay. Let me adjust my. That's me then.
Testing.
How about now?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
That's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Technology.
Hey,
How are you, Andy?
I'm doing good, Ron. Good to see you. Hey, are you coming to South Carolina? I can't remember if I saw your name for that.
Yeah, I am. A couple weeks or whatever.
Yeah, man, that's going to be fun.
I was telling Graham the other night that I'm going to get to meet Shatner.
Oh man, my Dennis. Well, you know Dennis. You've been on our show. Yeah. Dennis, he has a few autographed things from Shatner, but the one he has to bring, he has this big lithograph signed by the whole cast, and it's set for Shatner, so he's bringing that.
Oh, nice.
So thank you, Riververse.
Yeah, hey, he's a huge Trek guy too. So,
Ron, are you going to Garden State?
No, I have. Let's see. I'm doing South Carolina. I'm supposed to go to Phoenix Fan Fusion, but I don't know if I can make that one. I've got so much going on. I really have to work, and I might have to back out of it last minute. It's not really last minute. It's not for another month. But and then I just got invited to Heroes. I might do that. And then I'm supposed to do here in Connecticut the
Terrificon.
Terrificon. That's a great show, as you know. We have a ball there. Yeah, it's so great. The venue, Andy, if you could ever make it, or Paul, it's great there. It's it's in the casino, Mohegan Sun Arena Casino. And everything's right there. The event's right there. It's you've got restaurants and bars and entertainment, and it's just the hotel
lounge
there. You walk down through the center, and you're right there. Everything's right there.
No, I definitely want to get up there one time. So I was supposed to go. I was supposed to go the year of COVID, when every convention got canned, and I was like, damn it. So,
F in the chat for $5. Thank you. Is Paul going to make a CG book or what? We'd love to back you.
Yeah, well, thank you. No, that's my goal. I mean, I've been working away kind of on stuff previous to this outside, notably what I've been posting about on my Instagram, like designing animation. So I worked on this Robot Dreams film, but that was a while back now. So I'm kind of pivoting, realizing like, okay, I got to do something else here. And that's my interest. Yeah. I mean, I was always a natural for the crowdfunding Comicsgate kind of space. Sure. And so, that's my goal. And I appreciate any support and interest. I mean, and this gets into it. This isn't actually one of the questions I wrote down, but you watch the online controversy and drama going back and forth, and can I get corrected if I'm wrong about this? It seems to me, as an artist, but also as a watcher previously of Comicsgate, that it's really just about independent artists who are kind of hopping over the middle people or the companies, and you just have the ability to contact the customers directly. They're gonna, if they like what you do, they're gonna pay you, and you fulfill it, and that gives the power that we all dreamed of, like back in the 80s. Say, I had people ask me about that. So that's really what it is. It's not a political movement per se, right? You don't have to have an allegiance to a particular exact ideology to be part of it. No. So that's what I want to read.
No, I think you summed it up.
Yeah.
But it gets misportrayed that way. I don't even want to get into all the nasty drama. I'm just saying, is it correct that it's been misportrayed that way as being weird right-wing conservatives that are over there in their little, bubble, that are just like doing their thing, and that you have to be exactly that to be part of it? That's not like the entry ticket, is it?
No, not at all. But some of it began because the leftists were in power at the major companies, were blackballing conservatives. They say there was no list, but I know there was a list.
Well, I experienced it too, not as much as some of you guys, but I can talk about that.
They were already picking and choosing sides. And then when this came about, it started off as, those guys, we're going to do our thing. But, it's not really about that. It may have started because they gave us no choice, but it's not about that now. It's just about creating your own comics your own way, and owning them,
Mm-hmm.
Just be free.
Sorry, be free. Yeah.
Be free and be great.
I mean, that's probably worth putting out there constantly, because you know how these things seem to warp and get misportrayed like over time. So, and all these assumptions seem to come in. But that's my beginning too. I didn't voluntarily leave mainstream comics. There was just a kind of a thing where you realize that it's like the bus left the bus station, and while you were like not looking, you're not on it anymore. Like I used to communicate regularly with people like Mark Chiarello, and then one day just couldn't get an answer. And that's not an accusation against Mark necessarily. I don't even know what happened, but I know that did happen. Or people like Axel Alonso at Marvel, like we had contact. The guy just blew up on me for no reason. In our first interchange by email, And then I realized later, like, I didn't
What do you mean he blew up on you?
Well, it was like a simple thing. I had been doing stuff previous for Joey Cavalieri at DC, who was great. I have nothing bad at all to say about him.
Yeah.
And he had wanted me to work on. They did a Return to Krypton. Return to Krypton. Was it a mini series or something? But and I think they're even at one point talking about Adam Strange reviving that. And I couldn't take those on. That gets into my personal story of, I just couldn't make that commitment. But what he had done is, in both cases, is sent me a lot of material. So, because I didn't know those properties very well, I didn't have all the old comics. So he's like, here, and he FedExed me a whole bunch of the comics and photocopies and things from their morgue or whatever. So I thought that was like a de facto standard. So when, I forget how it happened, but Axel Alonso contacted me from Marvel. This is not when I understand later he was the CEO or whatever, but it was early on. He was an editor. And I innocently emailed him. I said, like, do you have any material that I could, I don't even remember now what the project was. And I said, it just innocently said, like, can you send me like anything that you have? Because I don't have these comics. I'm not sure which ones to get. It would help me understand as an artist what to draw, how to draw it, what was done before in the continuity, all that good stuff. And I just got this blast of an answer. I don't remember it exactly, but this is like, that was the end of the job. And he got really angry over email at me. And I guess, what was it like? Was I being the arrogant artist that's asking for all this stuff? No, I thought that was what editors did, and that they would be happy to, it's not their dime, right? So
yeah, no, I've always asked. I think every job I've done, if I wasn't familiar, I was like, well, can you send me some stuff? Now, in the old day, you guys probably remember too, like you said, you'd get a package of stuff, but as soon as it was email, they would just load me up with JPEGs of stuff. Now, they weren't that organized. They basically would just send a bunch of JPEGs, and I'm looking through them, and I was thinking, like,
and there's no
better than nothing. Now let me figure out what is what, because they didn't really label stuff for shit.
And they don't actually.
His attitude was just that you should just research it yourself on Google or something.
Well, I think this is this is quite a while ago. It's probably around 2000-ish.
And he was angry. He was angry because you wanted him to send you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for. All I can tell is from my side, like what I experienced. I don't know his motivation, but I do know that was the end of it, and that I think that he. I'm guessing. This is just me guessing. But it was one of the earlier things that twigged me onto, these guys are sort of talking, or they have an idea about you. They've never met you. And he was like ready for some kind of fight, or maybe, I don't know. But that's all I know is what I related here. It was very disappointing because I did a little bit of work for Marvel later. I was never a regular on anything. But back then, that was like disappointing because that would have been an entry point into perhaps doing more covers or what have you. So,
did you ever have any issues with him, Ron?
With Axel?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, I worked on Spider-Man. I mean, I do have an issue. I don't know per se. I don't have proof that it's because of him. But I don't know. I was on Spider-Man, and he's gone to bat for me in a couple things. Like when I was on Daredevil, I was having an issue with the editor, and when I started it, because she wanted me to do it the way she saw the coloring, and I had this whole vision in my head of how I wanted it to look, blah blah blah. And so I quit before I even got started. I just called up Axel and I said, listen, I'm not your guy. I said, I've been doing this. I've been an artist since I was little, and I don't want to have to argue with an editor who just got the job a few years ago, who's not even half my age, telling me what he wants and the coloring, and look, man. And I was very polite about it. I said, I wish you the best of luck with it. I hope it works out. I said, but it's not for me. You hired me to do a job. This is what I want. This is the vision I have. If you're not on board with it, then that's fine. I'll find something else. It was honestly no big deal. I wanted to do the character, but that was it. And he just, he was like, oh no, just don't do that. Give me a bid. And within an hour, she was calling, a apologizing and leaving me messages and stuff, but I didn't pick up because I was kind of annoyed the whole
Yeah.
thing. So it kind of went to bat for me, and and I ended up staying on it, and it was a pretty successful book. Other than that, I had a decent relationship with him. There was only one thing when I was on Spider-Man, I wrote a story for Back in Black, and I sent it to him. It was like, not the whole story, not like a script, but it was the synopsis of the whole issue. Mm-hmm. It was where the Kingpin beats the crap. The Spider-Man beats the crap out of the Kingpin in prison, and I had this whole storyline laid out. And I said, yeah, I would love to draw this. This is a story I have. And I gave him, and so I didn't hear anything. He didn't say anything back, nothing. But then when I got the next script, it was that story. And so I'm like, oh, cool. All right. So I get to draw it. But then when it came out, I didn't get the credit for it. Straczynski got credit for it.
You didn't get the credit for the plot?
No, not at all. All it said was storytellers or something like that. But that wasn't.
They combined it or some crap.
That wasn't enough for me. I came up with
all too common.
That was my first story. And so I wrote to Quesada. Well, I wrote to Axel first. I said, hey, am I going to get credit for this? And, and he just ignored my email. Hmm. And then I wrote to Joe Quesada about it. And Joe was like, oh, I've written things for Marvel, that I've come up with ideas and, I didn't get credit. I'm like, Joe, you're the fucking editor-in-chief, man. I'm not the editor-in-chief of Marvel. Right? You can't equate the two things. It's not the same at all. Yeah. Not even in the same universe. Okay. I expect when I come to Marvel and I get at the very least credit. I wasn't asking for payment even. I want credit on the stuff I come up with that I give to you guys. Right. But in their minds, they can get away with it because it's their character, but it was bullshit.
It is.
So
bullshit.
Even though my name was on it and I drew it, it was still bullshit because I came up with the plot idea.
You should take that story.
Synopsis. And I've told people this because it burns me because Straczynski allowed it to happen.
Sure.
I've never once spoken to that guy. I worked on that book for over a year. I never once spoke to him. He never once reached out, said, hey, great job. I love what you did. Not once. And to me, that's professionally shitty. Yeah. I said, you're a writer. Don't you dare treat the artists like they're some hired freaking grunt for you.
You're a writer in a visual medium.
So I refused. So I got an email from a guy saying they're doing an introspective on Straczynski, and we wanted your commentary and work on it. I was like, no, thanks. No.
You're like, you don't really want that. Trust me.
Trust me, you don't want to hear
You think you want it, but you don't want it.
And I would tell him that to his face if I ever ran into him.
Yeah.
And it seems like the writers are like, this is not a diss against writers, but it does seem like they have a kind of an upper hand.
Well, it annoys me because they should know better and they allow it to happen. They see their names plastered all over everything. And then in the last bunch of years, and the artists' names aren't being put on compilations with them and everything. Like it's just their brilliant novels. Yeah. And we were just monkeys.
All they did was draw what I told them to draw.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And the writers are getting too damn used to it, and they need to, grow a skin and grow some balls and start defending the artists and stopping that bullshit. Because
they should pair those hot shot artists up with some really shit.
You want to fucking write a novel? Go write a damn novel. Go write a damn novel. Then and then hire somebody to do little pictures like Jordan Peterson did with Ethan Van Sciver or something. That's different.
Right.
But this is not that. This is a comic book. Without us, it's not a comic book, period. And you writers have been riding on our backs for like we're fucking elephants for how many years? And you let that shit happen right here, buddies. Anyone
Ron's saying what I wanted to when I was driving at.
It's true though, because here it's that age-old thing. We were all kids. We all went into the comic shop and we picked it up and it was like, that looks cool. And you buy it, and then you just hope the story is really good too to keep you buying.
I've worked with great writers, and I love great stories, and I give them all the credit in the world for writing great stories. It's not an easy job, But it's we don't think we're just I love to draw. Oh, give me whatever, and I'll be happy to draw it for you. No,
you know how many people are like that in this business, though?
It's ridiculous. Yeah, well, those are guys who need to really suck it up and say, look at themselves, and
yeah, because they
allowing them to be bent over a freaking table, and don't let them bend you over like that. Stand up for yourself. I mean, I've told I actually Mahmoud Asrar just commented on that on social media, and I backed him up. Because I've said it so many times myself. I've defended guys who I've seen their names weren't on books and stuff, and I've had it happen to me. But it burns me up. It's like, you guys don't stop thinking, that you are Ernest fucking Hemingway and we're just some doodlers, who happen to work for Walt Disney or something.
Exactly.
Right. This is, let me tell you, comic book illustration is the hardest form of any illustration there is. Okay. Because of the sheer amount of bullshit you have to know how to do to be good. You have to be.
You have to know how to do everything.
Layouts, composition, photography, being able to choose camera shots, being a good director, being a good actor, all those things you have to do. Lighting,
stagecraft.
It is. It's the one profession where you have to know how to draw everything. If you're an architect, you do that. If you're a interior designer, you do that.
Right.
Even a caricature artist.
It's like the mixed martial arts.
We do it all.
Of art,
Yeah.
Mixed martial arts is guys who know judo and wrestling and jujitsu and karate and boxing all rolled into one. That's what we are. We're like mixed martial artists, MMA fighters, but we're comic book artists. I know because that's why.
I was going to say, except out of all four of us, Ron, you're both. See, I don't want to speak for Graham, but if I'm in a dark alley, I'll probably get my ass kicked. But when it comes to comics, I can, do it all like you said. So
you can just draw real fast and ward off your attackers.
That's right. I'll do that Jim Aparo Batman story where he drew himself.
A Hunt 102 in the jugular.
That's some great stuff, Graham, by the way.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Really nice.
I have a lot of fun with this.
It's so animated and well done and beautiful, and I love it. That's you, Graham, right there with hair.
Yeah, this is with hair. How dare you?
I meant your pubes.
I know. Right. I know what you meant. I've seen the sketch you did in my sketchbook.
I don't know if anybody else has, but it's a beauty.
I know Neil Adams
there
saw
for that one.
Well, that's as long as he saw it before he died, I'm a happy man.
Oh yeah.
What did he say about it?
He didn't say anything.
He just looked at it. Oh.
I know he looked at it because he did a sketch in the book, and I left it with him. So I know, we all always, go through it. Let's see if we got any backers here. Oh, look at that. We're 104. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. We're drinking at 105, guys. Actually, we might be drinking sooner. Here. What's that?
I said I got the booze from last night still. Oh, last night I opened up a decanter that's shaped like a football of bourbon and had a couple shots. So I got that. I got that right on the shelf.
Very nice. I'm gonna crack this Blanton's open right now, guys.
Rachel, you're right. Wrestling is a big proponent of MMA for sure, and boxing too.
Yeah, I wrestled in high school.
Yeah, I want to say hi to all you guys who've said hi to me. I didn't actually. The other night I was on here and I didn't even realize there were people on. I had it on private chat, so I'm like, oh, I guess nobody really cares to watch this show. And then he's like, oh, there's 700 people on it. And I was like, what? And I clicked over and I realized I wasn't on the comment section.
Ron's like, wait a second, this is live? I thought we were pre-recording. What the hell?
I was like, man, what a waste of my time coming to this thing. No.
Hey, Graham. Hey, Graham.
Like, I want to propose a toast to independent comics, guys. To everybody out there busting their butt trying to break away from the.
Okay, Graham, give me 1 second, and I'll pour some into a glass.
All right,
Yeah,
all right.
Me too.
Let's have a formal.
Be right back.
All right. Okay. What do you got?
It's you and me, Graham.
All right. Looks like the men are here.
Let me rip out my chest hair.
Look at that. Yeah, that's
the
a nice
Art
hair.
of Roy. Just to answer your question, I train with this guy Oswaldo Jurema right now, but I got my black belt from this guy Rafael Formiga Barbosa. And he actually just won the Pan Americans in California, so he's a world champ. He's a great guy, good friend. So yeah, but I have trained with some Gracies here and there. Carlson.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, cheers, Graham. Congratulations.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, come on. I'm not as refined as you motherfuckers.
Yeah, look at him.
Hey, well, I'm drinking from Cooter's Garage, General Lee Cooter's Garage.
No, that's good.
There
enough.
we go.
Good enough.
So to everybody that's working hard in independent comics and to the backers that trust them and are supporting them, I say God bless you and thank you so much for everything you guys do to make this and continue this art form in this free way that we're doing it these days, because we can't do it without you. So this is to you, my friends. Thank you.
There you
go.
go.
Cheers to all you guys.
Cheers.
Comment section. You know.
Yes.
Thank you for
all
making
you guys that make it happen. So
we got Preston Sparks super chat. Just back. Never been disappointed with any of your stuff. Legend. Thank you, my friend. Much appreciated.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're talking about Graham. Okay.
Yeah.
Graham doesn't need any of that. He knows how good he is.
Oh, yeah.
Just give me all the attention.
Yes, that's enough. That's enough about you, Ron. Let's talk about me now.
That's right.
Give me the moisture of your attention, like the doctors. What was it? That carrot guy on Lost in Space.
Oh, wasn't that the same guy who played the carrot? Wasn't he the same guy who was the guy who sold the tribbles?
Oh yeah, actually, you're right about that.
Yeah, it was the same.
That never occurred to me. Oh, by the way, Graham, I was watching. I was watching this episode of Outer Limits again, and it's called Fun and Games, and it's the exact story of Arena.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you got to watch it tomorrow if you can. You're gonna laugh. The whole story of Arena with the Gorn is ripped off of this Outer Limits episode, unless it's one of the same writers. I haven't checked yet. But
wait, so I don't know which came first, Outer Limits or the start.
Outer Limits.
Okay.
And so this whole story is there's a couple little differences, but the basic premise is this alien forces this guy and his girlfriend, this girl, to fight on a planet against these lizard creatures who look exactly like the Gorn, and they call it the Arena. And
who's in it? Is any?
I can't. Can I share a screen on here?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Go down.
Go to present.
Where's that?
Down at the bottom.
Oh, okay. Present.
Yeah, and then
share a screen.
Share screen. Yeah, and then choose the tab.
Now, are you trying to share audio or just the visual?
No, I want to show you what's on what the episode is, and I'll scroll through.
Oh, just hit entire screen or the specific tab if you want.
Screen sharing is easiest with 2 monitors. Screen sharing works best on a good computer. Some screens let you share audio, so just click share screen.
Yeah, it should do it.
Okay, yeah, here it is. All right.
All right, here we go.
Can you see it? Whoa, shit.
There we go.
Here we go.
Can you see it?
Is that Nick Adams? That's Nick Adams, isn't it? It is Nick Adams.
So right here at this point, he was going to use a gun, but they wouldn't let him use a gun. They said that they had to make it even, and there were things around the area that they could use to make weapons, just like in Arena.
Just like, wow.
And wait till you see. Let me show you the creatures.
Wait a sec. He couldn't use a gun because they want to make it a fair fight,
to
basically.
So are they on another planet or something here?
They're on another planet. These aliens whisk these two away.
And they have an apartment on this other planet that looks just like Beverly Hills.
There's the creatures. I don't know if you can see them.
Oh yeah, that is similar.
Good enough.
It's the Gorn, pretty much.
Did they fight? Does he fight these guys?
Yeah, I haven't gotten through the whole episode, but I got through enough where I'm like, oh my god, it's a total. They totally lifted it off of this, because they even said it's the arena, and that's what the title of the episode is, Arena.
What's the title of this episode?
Fun and Games. It hits you in the face. You're like, oh my god, it's like finding out that Led Zeppelin stole "Ramble On" from another band. And I'm not taking anything away from Star Trek, because back then they were probably under the gun for schedule and they needed a good story, and so they just were lifting stuff, because they lifted other things, like the Shatner episode when he went to Venus was totally, they lifted a lot for the Tholian web for that. Look, here's the guy. Let's see. See if I can get it played.
All right.
Obviously they used Captain Kirk, but this premise is
right.
No, we shouldn't separate, not even for a moment.
Stay here.
And all the fans are the people asking.
Okay.
The Hunchback Gorn.
It's fun stuff.
That does something to the odds.
What are you watching this on, Ron?
My
We
computer.
shouldn't stay here.
Oh, I mean, is it a streaming service?
One
Or?
of us could have an accident.
No, it's just YouTube.
Oh, it's on YouTube.
It
Okay.
was.
Here, they can go on and you could just
Do you
look for
think he killed
free programming.
Yeah.
She could have
Hey, we
fallen
got
away, crossing that thing.
1,057 people watching.
I
Please hit
think
that
so.
like button, guys.
Well,
We
why would he
appreciate it.
kill her? Wouldn't he know that it would do something to the
You want
eye?
me to turn this off?
Yeah, you can turn it
I
off
think I do too now.
so we don't get struck.
Hey,
I
Graham,
looked
you got
at-
a question? You got a question? It was back in the chat. I caught it when I looked over. TJ James wants to know. He says, just to be sure, he's talking about the campaign. This is a cool repackage of the hardcover from a bit ago.
Yes, with some new stuff. There's going to be the new 8-page story, Kirby's Cigar, which is going to be added now because we hit the stretch goal. And there's some behind the scenes stuff that I don't think was in the hardcover as well.
Cool.
So that answers your question. Did I do Katie?
Not
Katie
yet.
did channel did a $5 super chat. Thank you, Katie.
Rachel Brinkley, to you gray bearded guys for inspiring me to get my own comics. Mike, this is not gray. This is deliberately
It's silver.
and white.
It's
See, guys,
So-
what you don't know is Ron does the opposite. Most of us will dye it, back to natural. Ron's like,
Right.
F that. Give me some of that gray color to put
Drive
in.
that shit
I need to look
like,
distinguished.
oh, man.
Yeah.
he gets carded at bars unless he grays his beard.
That's right. It's like, man, I'm so sick of being carded.
It's funny because I have a massive forehead, and I always said to like my daughter or anybody ever I talked to about it, I said, I show that shit off on, if I have a big forehead, then I'm going to put it in your face, and you're going to see it, and you're going to
Look at it. Look at it.
Look at that forehead.
Try.
Yeah, well, until you're like Graham and I, where the forehead goes all the way to the back, I don't want to hear it.
You should grow sideburns behind your ears.
Yeah, I could.
Look like some messed up accountant. So the Star Trek episode was written by Gene Kuhn and Frederick Brown and directed by Joseph Pevney, but the Outer Limits one was written by Gerd Oswald, and he actually directed a Star Trek episode, but it wasn't Arena.
Yeah, so these guys were all friends and just
yeah, they're
probably
I'm sure
they probably got permission even to oh yeah, go ahead, and
yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to watch that. I want to see that now.
Yeah, it's fascinating when you find these things. Like throughout the few, I've been on an Outer Limits kick lately because I can just watch episodes while I'm working. It's awesome. It's right here in front of me, and all these little things are popping up. Like I was telling you about Shatner and the Tholian web. He's literally in space, in the spacesuit, just like he was in that episode.
All right, let's see. Let's do a refresh here. See if we got picked up any more backers. 1311. 1314. Very nice.
Yeah.
We're what, $590 away from
I like your $500 flexible goal and your 20,882% of it.
That's good.
That's the way to roll, baby.
You can still make it, Graham.
Yeah. I'm hoping I can do this before we close tonight.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have a question about that, Paul. And the reason you do that, that you set a low goal, is because you'll hit that 500 goal in 5 minutes. And what that does is it triggers the algorithms at Indiegogo that says this is a successful campaign. Look how fast it hit its goal. And then they will promote it or send it out in emails and stuff. Technically, if you don't get shadow banned, like some of us have been, that's why you do that. The risk there is that if you say $500 and you need $50,000 and you get $500,
it stalls out. If it stalls out too early, and you just I mean, it's like the Amazon algorithm where when you launch a book or whatever. I've been watching like self-publishing videos about people publishing through KDP on Amazon, and they say about the algorithm that you have to, if you ramp it up, like often they'll tie it to an email newsletter and marketing list. They'll get everybody to go and buy the book when it launches or pre-order it. I think it was the goal being to goose the algorithm so that when everybody floods it, it goes right to the front and might even become a bestseller for a period, in which case it keeps getting more traction. So it's the kind of similar, right? Like,
Leon K for $9.99. That's a good cigar. Thank you, sir. Yay, I backed this comic. Congratulations. I will get Monster Island 1 in the perk as well. Excellent. Great interview with that Star Wars girl, Graham. Oh, thank you. Well, Anna is a part of our regular crew for the Landing Party, which is our Wednesday night Star Trek show with as well and Aaron LaPresse. So that Wednesday, it'll be fun.
That's right, Rachel. I have hair. Look at that.
Hey, Graham, can I hit you with one more question? Is it a good time?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Like I'm a dog in a bone. I'm not gonna,
No.
Okay, so this has to do with selling art, my art. So I'll read out the little question I wrote. I have some original art to sell, and I'm also drawing new art for sale, like many artists. How do you recommend selling it? Because like I'm kind of getting back into this after working, like I said, in animation and stuff. I haven't really focused in a really honed in way on like, how am I doing this? What makes most sense? So I'm saying, how do you recommend selling it? There are obviously many auctions. For example, auctions on an eBay store of your own, or auction sites like Heritage and others, or some artists I noticed do private sales they use their social media to drive eyeballs to their own website, and then they sell them. Or like I've seen Chris Samney, for example, on Twitter successfully doing a thing like I'll sell it all on Monday at 2:00, it'll be live. And then again, I guess the last thing I thought of was some people seem to use art agents or dealers, and maybe a combination of all those different things. So like I say, I'm revamping my own. I sold a lot of my original art stupidly long ago. I had to financially, it's a common story, financial pressure. But I have a certain component of it. I'm doing new stuff, and I'm sitting here going like, huh? Like what is there a most people, like most artists, pro artists? Like, you can go to cons.
I'm going to pass on that question and give it to the Ron and Andy, because I stopped selling my artwork about 20 years ago. And I rarely sell it. I sold some pieces on Heritage last year that did very, very well. But that was it. I took some key pieces, I put them up there. They did really well. And then I just, that's it. I'm not putting any more up right now. Ron and Andy, you want to field that question?
Well, I stopped selling my art about 25 years ago, so I can't really answer that either. I don't sell the original art for published books. I don't sell the original art. I only sell like sketches and stuff like that. So,
Ron, you're a whore.
Yeah, you're kind of a whore.
You're kind of a whore. Tell us how you sell your art.
Thanks.
Compliments.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, it's the oldest profession. It's a proud profession. Come on.
It's the oldest.
Called a whore on your show.
Or really even just selling new art. Like I've got some things I did, Mr. X, and different things that I was a little bit known for. So it's not really all older stuff, although I do have older sketches and different things that might have some value to people that are interested. So there's kind of like different pieces to this thing, but let's focus maybe on, and even Andy, and Ron, so you're doing new drawings, small ones that are lower priced, maybe bigger ones. Do you just save them for conventions and sell them there? Is that better, or do you put them on? Like I said, do you?
Yeah, I mean, little sketches I do. I just take to conventions, and then it's about 4 times a year, Ethan does a art auction on his channel that gets really, obviously gets really good traffic, and that's where I'll sometimes put up sketch covers and things like that. Other than that, I don't really do much when it comes to online. I mean, if I post something and somebody's like, "Oh, is that for sale?" I'll be like, "Yeah, DM me," and then just do it that way.
Okay.
Well, sorry, you done?
No, yeah.
Can I talk now?
Sure. No, you didn't say Simon says, or I didn't say Andy says.
Pretty please. No, so for me, there's a variety of reasons for things I've sold and not sold, but it's a lot of it's time. I don't sit around and just do a lot of extra sketches because for the last 35 years, I've been steady on books forever. I mean, I'm probably one of the few guys who's done that. But I've literally been on regular books since 1989, with some little hiccups in between here and there. But so I've always been very busy. And at the end of the day, the last thing I feel like doing is sketches on the side, unless I go to a convention, and I'll do commissions for people and things like that. As far as the original art, I was selling a lot of it, but a side of me regrets it because I see stuff out there now that is sold for a lot more that and plus stuff that was more, I liked that I did, that I was, I didn't want to really get rid of because I liked what I had done. It was a Spider-Man cover, for instance, and I stopped using Art Dealer because of it. A couple of reasons, but one of the Spider-Man covers, and he came up to me in Washington. I told him this. I said, "Look," I said, "you're supposed to be my dealer. You're not supposed to just sell everything of mine because you think it's going to make quick money." I said, "You should be advising me on what could possibly be worth a lot more down the road and to not sell it. That's what your job is. It's not just just give me the stuff and I'm going to go out there and I'm going to sell it all and you're going to be happy with me." No,
it's a fire sale. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not happy about
liquidate
it because I had this Spider-Man cover I did from Back in Black, and he's just standing there, kind of like similar position to the Berserker, but he's got the webs behind him. It's black and white, and it's a really beautiful cover that I did. And, one of the few things I'm usually pretty hard critical about myself, my work. But that one I think came out nice. I can look at it now and go, "Oh, his hips are too narrow," whatever. But I liked it. And it's really, really popular. It got voted one of the best covers of all time, all those kinds of things. But so he sold it for like a couple thousand.
Oh.
But now it's been passed around like 5 times, and it's up to 14 grand it's being sold for.
Wow.
So it's stuff like that. And then I found out, and then the thing that happened with Mike Zeck is he sold the very first appearance of Venom. It was in his book, right?
Yeah.
So it was on a page. It wasn't a particularly dramatic, exciting page. It was just sort of a simple page of Venom standing there with a new costume on. It was kind of boring page, actually. But he sold it for nothing, basically, like probably a grand or two back in the 80s. And that shit sold for $3.6 million.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I remember when that happened a few years back.
I was like, crazy, and so now I'm like, okay, what a mistake it was for me to get rid of some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like I have the very first appearance of the Iron Spider costume that I drew. It's a splash page. And he sold that for a couple grand. And I actually wrote to the guy and I said to the guy who bought it, I said, hey, is there any way I can buy that back from you? I mean, I'll pay you obviously more than what you paid for it, but it's near and dear to me, and it's worth a lot more. I appreciate if you could sell it, but he refused. He's like, he was polite about it, but it was basically, yeah, okay, no, I'm not going to sell it. Yeah. So it pissed me off because it's like, dude, he's like, oh, that page is special to me. Oh, really? Well, I'm the one who illustrated the fucking thing.
Exactly. How special is it, buddy? You bought a book and saw it and was like, oh, yeah, I love this. I want to own it.
So I didn't say, I wasn't nasty about it. I didn't say anything back. And then I thought about it, and then I wrote him again, and I said, listen, is there a way we can do provenance on it that if you sell it and it happens to make some ridiculous amount of money, I'll get 10% of whatever you make? Because I know Barry Windsor Smith does that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he didn't even answer me on that. So it's like, so clearly, if it was just about your attachment to the page because you love it so much, you would have said, yeah, sure, no problem, because you knew you weren't going to sell it.
Right.
So he clearly wants to sell it at some point. He just doesn't want to give up any of the money.
It's an investment for him.
Yeah. So it's, this is how people are. It's like, it's so ridiculous. But that's the reason I fired, the deal on it. I just stopped working with him. I like saying fired. Yeah. He's a nice guy, and he's always made me money here and there. But, I realized, the reason I was selling so much because I have 4 kids,
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And so every bit of money that was coming in was money, and and I had to pay for college, and things like that. So that's why. But I stopped selling as much. I still do have stacks I'll bring to the conventions, and I'll sell them here and there, for bits. Or I've given some away that are gifts that I should, probably shouldn't. I gave Tim Townsend my first Captain America cover. It probably would go for 50 grand now.
Is that Cap 1 that you did?
I gave it to him as a gift. Yeah. And I look back and I'm not complaining because it was a gift, but still I look back and go, man, what was I thinking?
Can I jump in and just ask something related to that, Ron, or anybody? So say you're in the position, you haven't been selling your work for a long time, and you say, okay, I need to, for whatever reasons, a crisis or what have you. How best do you establish the true value, the fair market value of that piece of work if you haven't been selling it? Do you find comparables, or who do you trust? Because of course you don't want to go too low, but you also don't want to go too high.
Well, you should always go high, and then if you make an offer, if somebody buys it, then that's what the market value is. If you haven't sold it, then you just keep it. I mean, it's not. I've had offers of 20,000 on my Berserker 1 cover. I turned it down because I know eventually it's the first appearance of them. It could go for a lot more, maybe. And I'm not being greedy about it. Maybe I could have taken that.
Yeah. And honestly, Ron, you were like, look, Keanu, I know you can afford more than 20 grand. So come on, John Wick.
Come on, it's a little chintzy there, Keanu. I mean, come on. No, no, it wasn't him. I would, him. He's different. I'll probably gift him a cover or something. But
not
I had an Alex Ross painting. I had the Fourth Kingdom Come cover. He gave me as a gift, practically. Well, he sold it to me for a couple grand. That thing, it's the Superman one of him standing there smoking.
Yeah.
And it even says on it, "To my pal Ron." But I ended up having to sell it. And I told him because I was in the middle of a custody battle for my eldest daughter, and I paid. It was like $90,000 in lawyer fees and stuff. And what am I going to do? And I talked to Alex about it. I said, I'll be happy to give you some money. And he absolutely refused. He said, I really appreciate you asking me and talking to me about it. He said, most people wouldn't do that. I said, of course. I said, I just want you to know it's not for not a good cause. I said, my daughter is, that's the more important thing. And I have to win this battle. And, I did.
Yeah.
So that was, but it went for a lot more,
Sure.
Ridiculous. Sure. So I'm very grateful to him.
For $5, thank you. Can anybody else hear Ricardo Montalban saying, "Welcome to Monster Island"? Okay.
Tattoo.
I never watched that show. Fantasy Island. No, I didn't. I didn't like any of those.
His tattoo was banging all the broads off camera.
Is that right?
Yeah, he was like a little wild man, that dude. Wow. He was like, there was a whole like a movie about him played by the guy from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Dinklage? Peter Dinklage?
Yeah.
Yes.
Starred as him, and he was like boozing it up with hot chicks, and going crazy. He was like,
tattoo! I hear you're hung like a dachshund.
That's right. Well, the guy that played the mini-me in Austin Powers, I think he was kind of a little player as well. So.
Yeah, he was. He died.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
They both died, actually.
Yeah. Well, you live as long as you are tall, so don't be short.
Actually, shorter people live longer. Yes, Captain America would beat Bane.
I'm reading all the comments.
Yeah, I don't know how people do it. It's a bit distracting. It's like it's great, but it's like
Graham, would U.S. agent beat Bane?
No, he would not.
I like how the creator determines. It's right. Like he doesn't really exist. You just prove that they don't really exist because you're determining his. Everything that he is really you. So. You wear all that S&M stuff on your the tubes and everything.
That's right.
I got a Bane mask that was made for me when I went to La Mole Con.
Oh, that's Fat Lash.
It was a actual wrestler's mask that the guys who make the wrestling masks made a Bane mask for me. It's really cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I was going to ask
what did you do to your computer? Because I just saw a thumbs up float on
I saw that too.
Screen.
On me?
You know how? Yeah, because you did this the other day and it does all that stuff. Right. Dude, your computer does something because you did something and a thumbs up was floating in your screen in a bubble.
Yeah, it was there.
Let's see if it does.
I have no idea what you did. There it is.
There it is.
Hey, Ron and I have the same house.
I'm trapped.
Oh, damn it. He's the vision.
Let's see if I do the hanged, the surfer one. Does that do it?
Now you'll get some waves. Yes.
I get nothing there. But if I do that.
Nope. Come on. Where
is that from? Is that from StreamYard, Graham?
Do your other hand. Do your other hand.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember which hand did it when you experimented.
There
it is.
There it is.
Oh, I guess it works with either hand because it's on either side of the screen, opposite of the hand you did. So,
Yeah, it's part of the new update, I think.
Hey,
this is a brand new computer.
I was going to ask you guys. The reason I held this up is because I love it. But also, did you guys ever meet Nick Cardy? What am I doing?
I have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because that would have been something I would have loved to There you
Oh,
go.
you never met him?
No, I'm not a big. I wasn't a big attender of conventions. Unfortunately, I only ever met Alex Toth, and I have a Mobius story. I met Mobius Jean Giraud, and
Well, that would have been
yeah,
cool.
Well, meeting
yeah,
Toad too. That's cool.
yeah. So
Hey,
I mean,
everybody, come here, you little,
Hey, you got a pretty little girl behind you there,
Ron
Ron.
has a little person behind him.
my little baby girl,
Hey.
Amelia. Say hi, everybody.
hello.
Hey, sweetie.
Hello.
These guys, you don't want to be near for too long because they're a little.
Well, just the one above your dad.
What? I raised 3 daughters, and I got a grandbaby now.
Wow, they grow
Wow.
up so fast.
Yeah, they do.
Do we sound old if we say that? I don't know, but they do.
Mine turns 21 in a month and a half. So
My 2 daughters are a little bit older than that, but yeah, no, yeah,
Yeah.
it just goes by fast.
This one here is 9. I have a 24-year-old who's out of the house. I have a 16 going on 17-year-old son, and then a 14 going on 15-year-old daughter. So I have a large age gap in all of them.
yeah.
So 24 is the oldest?
I was very prolific in my years. Yeah, she's the oldest.
We're talking
Okay.
about drawing comics now. So, you know.
My oldest is 30,
No? Come touch
34, 34,
Right.
33. She's 33. She'll be 33 in November, Sarah. And the next one will be 30, and then 27. So 27, 30, and 34. Whew.
Wow.
Seems like yesterday they were just bouncing on my knee.
Yeah, so the passage of time is so bittersweet.
Yeah.
You know, you see them, and you know each incarnation, you kind of just want to say stay, just stay, because you know that they're very temporary. Each little stage they're in, and that each one of them is a unique personality unto itself. You know,
Exactly.
and I would say to my son, all of my kids, but you know, I remember saying to my son in my head when he was little, I'm going to miss you, you know, because I know how temporary this stage of him is going to be.
Mhm.
He'll say it, I miss him. You know, he's still him, but it's not. It's, you know, because they're basically little caterpillars, and then they come out of the cocoon and they turn, they bust forth into something else. And it's hard to say goodbye. And it was hard for my son. Even I could see him holding on to being my little dude, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Wait, so how old's your son? Because you went through the ages, but you didn't say, like, your 24-year-old.
He's 16, 17. He's the second oldest. He's 16 going on 17, but now he's jacked, and he's, you know, he wrestles, and he's, you know, but he's not the little guy in the car putting his head on my shoulder, and, you know, and me picking him up, and, you know, and it was very, very difficult. I mean, it would choke me up because he would, as he was transitioning into his teen years, he was kind of, I could see him holding on to being little, you know, putting his head on my shoulder, just doing things, you know, and it was tough. I mean, it was a real emotional thing. It is for all you guys have kids, you know, it's an emotional thing to watch them and to have to let them go, and then to guide them out of that, because you have to stop yourself from wanting them to stay there. You know,
exactly.
Emotionally, even, because I think that's a mistake maybe a lot of parents do make, is they baby them too much, you know, and you have to shove them and harden them and give them character a little bit to deal with the world, you know. I mean, now, if I were to look at the world now, I think there's so much arrested development in what I see in this culture. As you know, I could go down that road, but I won't. But there's a real arrested development of emotional development I see in culture everywhere.
Well, what's cool about the next stage, though, is that if you did your job right and you raise them to be good citizens, and when they become adults, then they become your friends, and you get to do things with them at a very different level than when they were your kids and you were raising them.
Right.
It is so much fun when my adult kids come home for holidays and stuff. We have so much laughs, play games, bust each other's balls. You know, they have very sharp wits, and we have a great time together. You know, because I didn't pamper them as babies. We tried to make sure, we gave them what they needed, but not necessarily what they wanted.
Well, you're not their friend when they're young. You're their father.
And that's it.
Right.
You're not your friend, but
Right.
you see so many of their friends whose parents are their friends, and then they just take advantage of it. The kids just take advantage of that.
Well, kids, they're very manipulative. They'll try to try to step over boundaries and everything. But at the end of the day, they subliminally and emotionally are grateful or are better off that you don't let them, that they understand the boundaries, and that because deep down they know they're safe with somebody who's not going to let them do things they shouldn't be doing and allow allowed to get away with things. So he said something before, and I had a thought about it. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, it's just bittersweet. And now that they're older, it's funny. Well, I know what I was going to say. When my son was little, I was very anxious to watch Godzilla movies with him, and I was very anxious when the first Avengers movie came out. I wanted to watch it with him, but he was 4.
Oh yeah.
And I took him to the theater to see Avengers, and it was a big mistake because by the time Hulk came crashing through the Black Widow, my son was like, and he dove under my arm. He's crying, and his little legs are kicking out under my arm.
Oh no!
I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And I picked him up, and I left my elder daughter there with her friend, and I brought him home, and they came back and got them. So I didn't see the whole movie in the theater, but I felt terrible. It really scared the crap out of him.
Yeah, I have
the same thing with Godzilla. We were watching. I was like, "Come here and watch Godzilla," and I didn't know about this, but there was a scene where he's all little, sitting on my lap, right here at the spot, and there was a Godzilla movie, and Godzilla's fighting a space Godzilla with a big, looks like diamonds or something coming off his back.
Oh, these are the old Godzilla movies.
Yeah. And then the space Godzilla kills Godzilla's son. There's a tiny Godzilla. And Godzilla's trying to defend his son and protect him, and he gets killed. And my son's watching this, and he got so upset because he's right here with me. And it's like Godzilla, his father, couldn't defend the boy. So it was just a disaster.
Oh my God.
So for years, I have a Godzilla statue, and he would take it and he would turn it and put it in the corner of the room.
Yeah.
He would take it and he would put it in the corner room so Godzilla was facing the corner. Like, that's how much it messed with him,
Wow.
So, now he's not like that now. Now he can't wait. We're going to, we can't wait to see Calling Godzilla in a week.
Yep. Yep.
He loves it, but as a young boy, it was Daddy's anxiousness to watch things with him, like you were saying with your kids. It was, a little overzealous on my part. So, but now it's different. Now, we went and saw Dune 2 the other night, which I highly recommend. It was amazing. I've never seen special effects like that in my life. It was incredible. And I don't mean just special effects. It's like so real, you can't distinguish that it's not real,
Yeah.
So
let me just give Tater a quick shout out for that $5 super chat. Speaking of family, Graham, how is your daughter and family doing after the fire? Congrats on the closeout and cheers. Thank you for asking. They're doing pretty good. They've got a Airbnb that they're renting right now, so it's fully furnished. That takes their dog. And they're looking for a more permanent solution now. So things are a little tough in northern New Hampshire as far as housing goes, but I trust they'll find something eventually. But they have some space now. So thank you for asking.
That's cool.
A real quick response to this kid: you can't discipline kids anymore. You can your own. It's when it's other kids in schools. There's they're turning into spoiled little shits.
Yeah. Oh my God!
I'll tell you, I was out driving in that last summer, and it still burns me up. That doesn't burn me up, but this kid deserved a smack. But I'll give him credit because he was obstinate right to the end. But it was a kid on his bike with a group of friends on their bikes, right? And they were probably 8th, 7th, or 8th grade, 9th grade maybe, and but they're right in the center of the road, and people are like trying to swerve out. I'm like, so I roll. I'm like, get out! What are you doing? Get out of the center of the road. Get on the sidewalk. What are you? And the kid just flips me off, and So I'm like, I stopped the Jeep. I turned around. I said, "Excuse me, you got something to say?" And he's like, "Shut the fuck up." He's like, a ninth. Yeah. And I said, "Excuse." I said, "Shut the fuck up." I said, "You're gonna make me shut," or something like, it was one of those little things.
Yeah,
I was shocked that this kid was talking to me like that. So I got out of the Jeep, and he's like just sitting there looking at me, and then I realized I can't do anything to him.
Well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Right. I'd walk over, and I could pick him up and throw him over the bridge into the brook, but I'd still get in trouble. I'd get arrested.
Oh yeah.
So he was obstinate right to the end. He's driving down the road going like this, and I'm like, oh, you little, So I found out who he was because my son was in the car and he knew who he was. And so I talked to this other friend who works in town, and he said, oh, he knows about this kid, and evidently he's always getting in trouble, and he was hazed at the high school. He's like, that's the kid who was hazed at the high school. I'm like, oh, that's him? He goes, yeah. So evidently he did something to the football team, and they went and just beat the crap out of him. So he's got a problem, this kid.
Yeah.
And then I had a guy working on my water tank downstairs, and we're talking, and he's the head of the football. His son is the captain of the football team. And I'm like, oh, really? I said, I know a kid. You know this kid? He's like, oh, my God, that kid flipped me off, too.
Oh, come on.
Kids making waves all around town, man. But
Wow.
speaking of little, these kids were, and I was going to call his father, but then I thought, well, the fact that he's like that, maybe his father's an asshole.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to just let fate have its way with him,
Yeah. It'll get even. The world will get even with that.
Yeah.
When I was a kid growing up in Florida, they still had corporal punishment there. One time my buddies and I were screwing around, we got caught, and we got pulled into the dean's office, and the dean said to us, okay, you got two choices. We either call your parents or you take your licks. And to a man, we all took our licks. So the guy takes his wooden paddle about this long with holes drilled in it so the air can get through. We had to bend over, grab the heating unit right there, and he went wham, 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 three licks. Oh man, the first one was like, I got this. Second one was like, oh, okay, and the third one was like, mama.
Yeah. Graham, I have a story like that too, exactly like that. From when I was in grade 5, I lived in Kingston. It's one of those. This isn't like a positive story. So I was like a innocent little guy, not an aggressive bully kid. I was just like in my own little comic book world.
Yeah.
Grade 5, so I was like 10 years old. It was about this time of year, and I was outside the school property. There's like a wire fence, I remember. It's very vivid. And there was a tree right on the other side of the fence, right? So it was the time of year there were great snowballs. So I was packing snowballs, and I was throwing snowballs as I was walking at this tree. I had a few of them. And beyond the tree, way in the distance, in the same line of angle, there's a bunch of girls in the schoolyard inside the school property. And this is like my testimony, like I'm innocent, because I was. Right then, when the snowball hits the tree, whack, I turn around. It's like in a movie in slow motion because the window had rolled down, and it was the school principal in like a big limousine type car. And he rolls the window down. I'm this innocent, like law-abiding kid that respects authority. And he goes, you report to the, office tomorrow, So like a doofus, obedient kid, like looking back, I show up, not having any idea the fate that awaited me, right? So I go there, and I told the teacher, and he took me down to this principal. They're all in this. When I look back, this is just insane. It's abusive because, first of all, there's no trial. They didn't actually really ask me. They say, you're guilty of throwing snowballs at little girls, which I wasn't. I was like, just like I was just like this. So the guy takes out this thick leather strap. I don't know if you've ever seen one. It's like a thick piece of leather that's like, oh yeah. And he says, put out your hand. So I put my hand out like a dutiful little guy. I still didn't, know the train that was coming at me. They full force like 3 times on my hand. And it's just like my hand instantly went like fire. and then it went numb, and they released me. I remember staggering out the door of the school into this, and it was like I plunged my hand in the snow. I'm not kidding. It was like it was on fire. It was so bad. It was numb.
Oh. Yeah.
And I was so humiliated that I never told anyone, and I only told my mother.
Well, that's a
when I was like 20.
You
this
didn't
is
even
Canada.
do anything, and you're
this is Canada in 1968 or something. What was that? 1969.
Wow.
And that was it. I mean, when I look back, that's so outrageous.
Well, if they ever disappear, their bodies are never found. I'll know who to go to.
That's right.
I'm sure they're
all
old.
Funny. I have a story that's kind of funny and similar in that regard because, when you're young, I lived out in the country and I had a younger brother. And I was teaching him one time the fine art.
Oh no.
Of throwing little crab apples at cars as they went by. Yeah. and
we all did it.
So I'm like, you gotta wait till the car. Blah, blah, blah. But what he didn't understand is you're not supposed to do it out in the open, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like picking up some crab apples, or whatever, and then I look, and there's my brother right on the side of the damn road, the main road, right out in the open as a truck's coming up, and he's like this. And then I see him, and he whips it at the truck. Like the guy's looking right at him, like, I can't believe you're about to do this,
Yeah.
And so the guy comes to a screeching halt, right? And then I like dive under the stone wall that was separating the road, and thinking, and I didn't realize my brother had taken off. So I heard the guy, he's like, "Hey, I see you. You come over here." Blah, blah, blah. And I look up, and I see his legs right there in front of me. So he thought I did it. I was my brother. And he's like, "I know. I'm going to talk to your father." Blah 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 blah. I'm like, "I'm so sorry," But he was ultimately he said, "Don't ever let you catch you doing that again," kind of thing.
Sure.
But it was just funny because my brother just didn't get the memo on how to. Which you shouldn't have been doing it anyway. I mean, you don't throw stuff.
That's what boys do.
I was like,
we push the envelope, and we do dangerous things like that. It was dangerous to the car. Yeah. I remember my buddies and I were in a car one time. We're driving down, and we got pelted by grapefruit. These kids, just like that, sort of an open field, threw grapefruit at the side of his car because this is Florida. So we just screeched on the brakes. We blew the doors open. We took off. We ran these guys into the woods, the jungle practically. We never did get them, but we were hot on them, Oh, funny stuff.
Yeah, I have the same story in Montreal when I was younger. My brother and I and another kid were throwing. It's not that dramatic though, but it was throwing snowballs at one of those massive dump trucks, and it's a heavy snowfall in the winter. And again, we were so stupid. We weren't behind cover. We just were standing there, and the guy stopped, and then he chased us in his snow truck, like dump truck, all the way up this alley. We were just terrified because we didn't expect that. So we ended up going down this back stairwell on a back lane in Montreal and hid behind these garbage cans. We heard the guy get out. And it was like a movie moment. It's like, because you could hear him looking for us, and we we're just terrified. We were on our way to school. It's what you had to do, right?
You.
Oh, you did.
He did all that. He wanted a piece of you.
But also I was going to say, Graham. So now that we're all telling stories, so you must have some good wrestling stories, because I joined the wrestling team too. I think I told you that once in high school. So I mean, I've got a bunch of stories related to that, and I know that Ron said his son is into wrestling, right? So. Yeah, like it was a great experience, and I made that sort of weird transition, which was very, very interesting. There's a lot of aspects to it for a boy or young man, from being kind of the art nerd, softer guy. I had nobody in my family telling me to do it. It was an internal drive. It was like, I have to do this, and I went and I bravely signed up. It was, I think, in grade 11, and I go to the coach. And I was completely out of shape. I'd never done anything like this. I have a whole story related to this if you want to listen to it. But the context was I realized I needed to do this, right? Go to the coach, and I lucked out the first year because I was in the 156-pound category. There was nobody else on the team, so I didn't actually have to try out. So I get on this team by default because there's no one else. He goes, yeah, you're in. But I didn't know what I was in for because I'd never done any kind of physical. And the leader of the guy, the team, Pete, was a black belt in judo. And he was the same age, but this guy was just so fit. And the first time, like, it was just like a complete shock because we started doing these workouts. I think it was 3 times a week for a couple of hours, endless. I mean, you guys would know if you've done it, like push-ups, sit-ups. We did those neck exercises.
Yep, bridges.
And I just stagger home. Like, my mother would ask me, like, why are you sitting like that? It's because my arms and my body was just like, like. And the other thing I want to share, because it's a good story, if we're talking about storytelling, this is a true story. I haven't told this before. Okay, so when I went to grade 9 in Canada here, from the lower school to the high school, very early on, I'm sitting there one day at lunch, eating my lunch with my back turned, and I was on these steps. And suddenly, out of nowhere, there's like a blinding pain. And it was this guy, Mark. He was the school bully. He was a very disturbed guy. He's one of those guys who develops early. He's got the mustache, the muscles, the testosterone. And he had taken his fist like this, and he called it Cocoa Bonkers. And he just whacked it on the back of my head like 3 times. And he did this to all kinds of kids. Yeah, this guy did. And it was just like burning fire. Oh, yeah, no, I later, well, there's a whole arc to this story if you want to talk about storytelling, because I'm going to cut out a lot of it because I don't want to over dominate. But, you know, a couple of years passed by. I was scared of this guy. He never did anything else to me, but he was in class slouching, you know, sullen. You'd see this guy and you're always like, oh, is he going to do something? So come grade 11, I joined the wrestling team. And then the next year, no, it was actually 2 years later, we have a grade 13. And this is the finale of the story. Is I'd gotten more experience. I was never like a star wrestler. I'm not going to brag and say that, but I did okay. And I made a really good transition from being like a comic nerd guy to being fit and, you know, confident and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm the guy on the team in 156. And here comes, I go to the coach. The coach says, oh, I got to talk to you. And he says, oh, well, Paul, this year, listen, buddy, you gotta have to compete to keep your spot on the team. But we've got someone who's got to try out. He hasn't done it before, but he's the same weight as you and he wants to be in the team. I turn around and he brings him in, and it's this guy, Mark, the bully.
Oh,
It's a true story. He's the bully.
Nice.
And he's and it's like, I have to build up for, like, he says, oh, the Coach Brown says, next week we're going to do, you know, you can get ready, but next week we're going to do a wrestle off, and whoever wins is going to be the guy who's the key guy. The other guy will be the whatever you call it, the backup. He's on the bench. But so I don't remember actually the whole week, but I do remember the event. And I was like, there's no fucking way I'm losing to this guy. Mm. And so the match comes, and it was very close because this guy had no experience of what you do and the holds and stuff. But he was really strong. He was stronger than me still, I think. But it came down to a very narrow thing. But the finale was, if this is a movie, and it almost could be, it's such a great thing, is that the finale is somehow, thank you, God, I got him in a like I was on, he was on his back, got him in a headlock, and I was just cranking up on his neck. So his back was on the ground, and the coach tapped him out. I won. And it was like, that was like one of the greatest euphoria moments of my life, because
he probably treated you a lot different after that.
Oh, he did. He did, because you know what? Yeah. The denouement in a story, like if it was a movie, this would be like the tag bit. The summer of grade 13, just before I left for university, it's like exactly like in American Graffiti, the ending. I'm walking down a road in Ottawa, thinking my thoughts, and I hear this rumble, and it's this guy, Mark, in his muscle car. And he rolls the window down. He stops and he says, hey, because I hadn't talked to him. And so we go along, we're driving. I think they were playing like Kansas, Dust in the Wind. That it was epic. But I got to talk right. Yeah, it was the late 70s or mid to late 70s. This be bets 1977 maybe. So I got to know him, and I learned, of course, that this guy had the troubled childhood. Probably, I think it was alcoholism. Probably got beaten up by his dad. So it's like that arc where you sort of forgive him because you go, oh, okay, I see. This guy was just angry and acting out. And I was the kid, So there's the story. Anyway, true story.
Because somebody up here, I think Blue Boy Comics, said about the story I told before. He said it might have been a good idea. Maybe it would have been cool just to talk about it. And I came to that conclusion myself actually later when I thought about it. I said, I should, but in your moment, you're just so annoyed,
Yeah.
But it probably would have been a good idea to get out and talk to all the kids that were with him and say, this is not how you want to behave, and just talk. Say, but it didn't occur to me at that time. Yeah. So I think that would have been a good idea, but in the moment,
heat of the moment, yeah.
Right.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good.
Are you still at the convention?
Yeah, I'm at Indianapolis Comic Con.
Okay.
Nice.
When I was in junior high, every time we changed classes, this big guy would punch me as hard as he could in the shoulder as we passed. And he did this for weeks. And, one day I wore bulky sweaters. I took out 4 thumbtacks and I stuck them on the inside of my sweater so that we passed, and he jammed me, and I turned around and looked, and I will never forget the sight of him staring in horror at his hand.
Problem solving.
Beautiful.
And that's in the new Gooding book, by the way. That's in the new Gooding book.
Nice.
I was always getting in fights all the time. It was ridiculous. From kindergarten on, I was always getting in fights. I remember one kid was threatening to shoot my sister. So I had my big class ring on, and he came, and I waited for him outside the class. And when he came out of the class, I popped him right in the eye. And he had this. We got in a huge fight right there.
We should put these stories together in a book.
Yeah.
It is. It's called Berserker.
Yeah.
No, I had a friend that before my wrestling team story, I had like the before and after. Actually, a close friend of mine, Jeff. If he's probably not listening, but if he was, he used to he wasn't really a bully, but he used to do stuff like back then. I don't know what you guys did in high school. We carried all our books around in the 70s in a big stack for all the classes. What this friend used to do.
There was no backpacks. We didn't have backpacks.
No backpack. So we'd carry them all around. And so what this friend used to do is he'd sometimes push them out of my under my arm, or another time he had this trick, which I think he got from, I don't know, like Monty Python, those funny walks. Because what he'd do is, it's a bit hard to describe it. You'd be walking along with your legs, and he just as you lifted one foot when you're walking, he'd be right behind you, and he'd extend his foot out and put his foot under your foot as it was lifting and lift it up, and you'd sort of go flying like this.
Jeez.
And one time he does this to me, like he'd done that to me several times, and he thought it was really comical, right? Your books go flying, you're looking really awkward. So that was before, but then I joined this wrestling team and I got a lot more confidence and muscles and whatever. And I was like in the, okay, don't fuck with me anymore mentality. So I clearly remember we weren't enemies, we were friends, but it was like one of those male things that happens.
Oh, sure.
And what happened was he did it again. I turned around and I just punched him so hard right in the shoulder, just bam, instant retribution. And I still remember the look on his face. He's like, oh, that's like not what I expected, because he's taller than me. He was one of those guys taller. So yeah, I mean, you just learn this stuff. It's like, do not take this crap lying down.
Yeah. Well, all it takes is one time for you to defend yourself, correct, and do well, and even not do well. But as long as you fight, you'll get the reputation of somebody who's not going to put up with it, and it makes a difference. I mean, one fight can follow you all through high school, and you'll never be bothered. I mean, because these young kids they're just animals, and everybody's testing. It really is like it's just an evolutionary thing. It's just everybody's testing boundaries, trying to find the hierarchy of who's dominant, who's submissive, and all those things.
Exactly.
So,
Glenn, are you closing out Monster Island?
I am.
How's it going?
We're closing out at 3 a.m. Well, I'm not going till 3 a.m, but
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah. Let's see what we're at right now. We're at 104, 470. We're still at 104, 470. We're only, let's see, $530 away from 105.
Wow, that's
So,
man.
we can
Congratulations.
do this, guys. Before we close this thing out, we can get to 105.
Oh, yeah.
So, tell your friends if they're not watching the show. We have a lot of people right now on X watching. So, please hit the like button. There's 1,630 people watching the show right now. Yeah.
There you go. Hey, Graham, do you have any wrestling stories? Not to put you on the spot, but I want to hear them if you have them.
Oh, I can't really think of too much. I mean, I remember the first time that I got on the mat, when I went in there as a freshman, there was a guy in my weight class who was just a stud, and he was, he's already.
I have the same story. Go ahead. Yeah, I have the same story.
He picked me up and threw me down on the ground so hard that every ounce of air went out of my chest. And I was like, trying to catch my breath. And it's like, okay, I got to learn some skills here. If I'm going to stay in this thing, and I did, I went on to be a circle holder and I did pretty well, but I loved it. I it's like it's the toughest 6 minutes of your life, when you're on that mat.
Because it's solo and it's like crowdfunding, right? You're on your own, and you just everyone's looking at you,
Yeah, well, that's crazy because I did a couple jiu-jitsu tournaments, but the last one I did was 2015 or 2015. And it was the New York International Open.
Wow.
And you go in there, it's an arena just like, the old Spartan days. There's 1,000,
Yeah.
in New York City. And I went up against this guy who is an ex-Special Forces Army Ranger. He owns a bodyguard service for movie stars and things. We're good friends now.
Oh, wow.
But I went in just on a lark, just to go in and try it. I just let me just enter this competition.
Yeah.
And it really is a different experience when you have that many people watching you and
exactly
hearing the cheers and it's just like like the old days of the Roman Colosseum. There's a scene in Braveheart, I think it was, where he says there's a heightened sense of things when you go out. Like you never feel more alive than when you're about to die. And that's true. I mean, it's not that you're not going out there to be killed, but you do still, you're facing battle, and it's, there's high stakes in it, And,
but the thing is, when the whistle blows to start that match, that crowd disappears immediately.
Well, I was going to say that the heightened sense of thing was, I remember looking around and everything was so clear. Like your brain has an evolutionary response to it to see life as clearer than you've ever seen it in that moment before you start to go into battle. Now you got to extrapolate that and multiply that by tens of thousands, that feeling when you're going to go out there and get a sword through your gut, your head lopped off or whatever, these poor gladiators going out there because they're going out there to die. So it's a real visceral thing, to go. And I would recommend it just because it really does give you a different dimension on living, when you do something like that. So as you competed on the wrestling mats, Paul, so you get that.
Yeah. No, the greatest thing ever was not the greatest thing ever, but a wonderful thing was just the rite of passage, the feeling of accomplishment. Like, I changed myself and these people helped me change, because before it, I remember the anticipation of being like an outsider. And it's like, will these guys accept me? But they were so accepting. It was completely against what I had probably imagined as a sort of maybe semi-lonely outsider kind of kid. I was never like a reject or something like that, but I wasn't sort of in the in crowd, let's say in high school. So I go to this. These guys were so accepting, and they didn't give a crap if I was out of shape at first. They just said, like, come on in, you're part of us.
Well, you're part of the wolf pack now, and
your camaraderie. Yeah.
camaraderie. You're part of the wolf pack, and there's an automatic that respect is given to you because you're going to battle. Yeah. And also what you realize is they're all in the same position you're in. Even though you might have looked at this kid, one of the wrestlers, and you thought he was a cocky jock or something, he's in the same boat you're in. You're all in it together. And so it changes the dynamic of all of that. Well, even my son, I noticed, because he would say that about the football players and stuff. And then it was funny because through my reputation in jiu-jitsu, his coach knew of me because we had rolled at a jiu-jitsu school together before. And he's like, "Oh, you're Ron Garney's son? Oh, my son's got big forearms. He's in good shape." So he invited him onto the wrestling team. And my son was so proud of that, and then he saw some of the football players are now on the wrestling team, and he gets along with them great. So it changed. Nice. It changed. I told him, I said, "You see, they're not all bad. It's just because of your perception that they're cocky, but they have a right to be cocky if they're going out there into battle, and and now you have a right to be proud of yourself."
Sure.
Right.
It definitely makes a huge difference.
Yeah. I mean, for me, what? Oh, sorry, Graham.
You contribute to the team. Wrestling is a single sport, but it's a team sport as well. Yeah. So that's what makes it very unique. Is it's you and him on the mat, but you're fighting for your team as well to gain points.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And it's the toughest sport to do. It's wrestling is bar none the hardest sport to get.
So tiring.
Yeah, so you practice 2 hours a day for 6 minutes on a mat.
It's so winded, so winded.
It's still exhausted.
Yeah, what can I just share? Like what I learned from it too. I applied to art because simultaneously I was trying to develop as an artist. My little room in Ottawa, no idea of the road ahead. I just want to be better. I'm looking at all my art heroes. But what I learned was, your mental image of yourself is part of your enemy, part of what's your enemy. And this is applicable to so many things. It's like, it's probably even spiritual or biblical. It's like the enemy is within, not just without. Because what I realized is I had to make a decision before I went into this wrestling team. I realized somehow, I don't know, it was like a gift to see it somehow in my head that I had this image like, oh, you're just this nerd guy. Maybe other people were telling me that. And I wasn't really a nerd, but you're this art guy. You can't do this thing like these athletic people that are on the team, the big football stars and people that I'd seen, because I only joined this in grade 11. So you'd been seeing all the people who are the athletic stars. So what happened was I realized that the battle was first mental and spiritual. And somehow, thank God, I managed to demolish this image first, which was stopping me. And I went through the fear enough to actually go to this coach and say, "Hey, Coach Brown, can I try out for the team?" And like I said, he let me on. So later, when I look back and as I got an older teen and into my adulthood, I realized those are those mental images that are stopping you from all kinds of things. It's like, and we all know that from developing, like as an artist too. It's like, oh, I couldn't do that. I couldn't be as good as so-and-so or whatever it is. And it's like, once you demolish those barriers, you're just surprised at what you can do. Like for me, joining this wrestling team, the win was just being on it and competing. I didn't win any championship. Well, the team I was on the last year, we won the championship in Ottawa, but I didn't do that well generally on the team, frankly. I was kind of mediocre. But for me, I didn't care because I was euphoric that I just had done this transition and prove to myself, like, hey, I can do it. And it's kind of like that.
You brought up an interesting point about art, about doing comic art, but it applies to that as well. You were saying, I'll never be as good as these guys, but that's not true. It's just that you're different. You're never going to be that guy. I'll never be. I could say I'll never be as good, but it's not really about that. Once you reach a level of proficiency and you know what you're doing, it's not about that. It's about just finding out who you are, what your particular voice is in your own art. I mean, for me, I'm always just experimenting. I'm always, my brain it's probably a combination of a short attention span and also I love adventure, and I find adventure in trying different things all the time, and I get inspired by everybody's work. I get inspired by guys who are haven't even been in the business nearly as long as I have, and I can look at it and go, "Oh, that's inspiring," you know. But it doesn't mean I'm going to try to be them, you know.
Right.
I say, "Oh, let me look at that," and that might be an interesting to try, but I'm not going to try to be them per se in their artistic voice. And you know, you can always be.
You know what transitions from sports into your art is discipline. If you're going to be successful as an artist, you have to be disciplined.
Right.
I know guys that are amazing artists, but they have no discipline, and therefore they struggle with their careers. And for me, you know, discipline has been a key component of my life. If I set my mind to something, I do it and I complete it.
Yep.
And you know, and that helped me.
That's not true, Graham. You never completed your sex change.
I never started it.
I mean, that was private. that was confidential. But complete that transition, Graham. Come on, you're never too old.
You're still a whore, Ron.
I wear the mantle proudly.
You see, you heard it here first. You heard it all here first.
Go ahead, Mike.
The only reason I'm up this late is I have to phone my airline to get a boarding pass. And now it's time to get the boarding pass.
Oh, is this the Irish guy?
You wondered what I was doing up at this hour, but
I was like, what?
Wait,
looked at my
figured you were in a different time zone that accounted for it.
I'm in Central Standard Time. Great show. Congratulations on the closeout.
Thanks, Mike.
The book. See you guys.
Thanks, buddy. See ya.
Easy, Mike.
Bye, Mike.
But yeah,
that was late night for him.
It was. I mean, I was surprised to see him pop in here.
I know.
But
yeah, imagine if it was somebody we didn't expect at all. Like it was. I mean, I didn't expect Mike Barron either, but imagine if it was somebody like all of a sudden Jim Shooter popped in,
right?
We'd be like,
you should have that feature. You should have that feature.
Link? Jim
or Frank Miller. You know, we'd be like, hey. What's up, Frank? Just somebody you just did not expect.
That would be good.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Or William Shatner
was the biggest Garney fan since Night Stalkers. Awesome to see him here.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. I actually have to check out in a minute, so sorry.
But did you finish all that bourbon already?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm not going to drink that whole damn bottle. What, you want to kill me?
Jeez.
Yeah, that's a whole bottle.
You guys are still going. I'm just like, oh.
And another thing. You know what Joe Casada said to me?
McFarlane.
This business is full of shits.
I'm just drinking wine, so I'm cheating. I'm just drinking wine.
That time that female out of there grabbed my ass walking down the hall.
I was me too.
I feel bad. I didn't say
Actually,
no.
I was, but I'm not going to get into that story.
Okay.
No, okay. You suck, Ron.
Fine, don't. I can only wish.
I'm going to have a little bit more here.
There you go.
Right? Why not?
Sure, it's a celebration.
It's my party. I can cry if I want to.
That's right. You sure can. Uh-oh.
Yeah, let's do a refresh. See where we're at here. Did we make it yet to 105?
Not far.
$380 to go. Oh.
No, 310.
310 to go. Somebody get that everything pack, and that'll do it. Next up,
still $10 shy. Well, wait.
No,
because
shipping,
right?
Will be in there.
Graham, I'll give it to you, but you got to pay it back to me after the show.
Well, just to make the numbers move, that'd be all right.
That's a private thing too, Ron. Come on.
You know, that's
well said. 310 to Yuma. Nice.
That's right.
That's a good idea, though, for a feature that's just come up like sort of organically here, Graham. It's like you could pre-advertise surprise guest, and if you could get a surprise guest to actually show up, that would be great for like getting traction and people, because the chat's saying like Jim Shooter. I don't know if specifically Jim Shooter would come on, but but just have a surprise guest feature. That's a good idea for a show.
Well, it could get people interested. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And even better, it should just be like a neighbor. And then you just talk them up like there's some big fucking deal. You're like, you don't know who Bob is? How do you not know Bob from Buffalo? Oh my God.
Bob's just a legend heater in.
Yeah.
I know you've been waiting for Bob.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's that guy? He's my local bartender. Show him some respect.
Let me
Guys,
ask you
I got to cut out. I'm sorry.
You got to leave, Ron?
Yeah, I got to.
Okay, Ron.
All right, buddy. Hey, thanks for coming in.
Good talk to you. I'll talk to you maybe on Wednesday, Graham. Right?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Nice to meet you, Ron.
Thanks,
Ron. A couple weeks, right?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
All right,
later.
All right,
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye. Yeah, no, I was just having an idea for something else.
I want to ask you guys a question.
Okay,
sure.
I want to, but
what do you have a favorite movie? I know it's hard. I know it's going to be really hard for Andy because to do a favorite movie.
Well, one, it depends. See, when I ask that question, I always go with genre because it's tough to pick just one. Because I like comedies, I like dramas. I mean, I like all the genres.
Right.
Sure. But since I lean more towards comedies, I would say one of my favorites is, and it's a classic, is The Jerk, because I just love Steve Martin so much. So yeah, I mean, it would be The Jerk for comedies, and then.
So wait, hold on a second. So we all have favorites in genres. Is there one that is a favorite that rises above the genre that makes it your favorite? Because you might have favorite comedies, favorite westerns, favorite movies, all that kind of stuff. But this one movie could be a drama, could be a rom-com, whatever it is your favorite movie. Is there anything like that?
I've got one. But you
go ahead. I'm going to give some thought.
All right, let Andy muse on that.
Yeah. No. Well, I was posting about this on Twitter because on the topic of storytelling and related to comics. So you might have seen my tweets, but I was talking about The Sand Pebbles and Ben-Hur. So that's probably like a toss-up of my two favorite movies. But I'd almost give the edge to Steve McQueen in The Sand Pebbles, which is not really a well-known movie. When you ask people,
I've never even heard of it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just so good.
Rebellion. The Boxer Rebellion in China. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's based on a book, and it's Robert Wise was the director. So he famously did, the Star Trek movie and the West Side Story and what else, The Sound of Music and a whole bunch of other very high-profile films. So a brilliant director, but apparently his pet project with Steve McQueen, which they went to Hong Kong and filmed, was this movie, The Sand Pebbles. So if you look it up, and The Sand Pebbles is based on, it's like a take on the name, the San Pablo. It's a gunboat that was on the Yangtze River, I think it was. And it was in the 1920s. And so it was like the American, see if I get my history right, but it was back then the Americans had this imperial, what do you call it, gunboat diplomacy. And they were on these rivers with these gunboats. And so the whole story's, it's just incredible what the writer, I think it's Richard Anderson. I had a glass of wine, so my brain's like beach ball. But he worked in all these incredible themes based in the book. And I started reading the book, which is very good. But
hey, Dan.
Hey,
Dan.
Dan Lawless. We meet again.
Yeah. Long time no seen since yesterday. I guess. Was it yesterday we were at the show? I forgot.
It was.
Wow. Yeah, so I was just raving about The Sand Pebbles because no one knows it. It's a Hollywood epic. It's got all these stars like Steve McQueen, Candice Bergen, Richard Attenborough. Who else? Richard Crenna is the captain of the gunboat.
Mako.
Right, Mako.
Yeah.
It's just great. And Steve McQueen plays this loner outsider who's like the everyman. He just wants to be on this gunboat. Sorry? Oh, yeah. He loves the engine, and he wants to just be in his milieu working on this engine. And he doesn't want to be bothered by all this other stuff. But he inevitably, almost like an everyman of America. He gets dragged into all this other external politics, and the whole story has to do with that. So yeah, that, I mean, I could explain more, but that's my favorite.
That's your favorite.
Pretty much, yeah. I've watched it a lot of times, and the more I watch it, the more it's like, the more you realize when you can watch these things and find more in them and not get bored.
Yes,
it's just the work of genius. It's like Jack Kirby's work too, like the New Gods, or if you want to link it to comics, like or like, I don't know, Watchmen, or any, you name the classic. There's layers to it, and it's structured in a way that you just keep discovering more in it. So when I watch the Sand Pebbles, that I keep looking for more and more things, like, okay, the scenes, like, why did this director start the scene this way, or the scriptwriter? What angles did he choose? Why did he do that? And you realize that you're watching masters at work compared to the modern, what I've read at least. I don't know, Hollywood people might correct me, but I've read that nowadays they often, because of digital cameras, just run and gun. Like, they get 10 cameras, they film these scenes, and they kind of try and fix it in the mix. Like they try and find the editing later, right?
Yeah.
Whereas people like this, like in Ben-Hur with William Wyler, the director, I don't know the name of the cinematographer, but nor in the Sand Pebbles, but I know that the director would have had a great influence. Like, they knew exactly what they're doing, and just amazing. Like the Sand Pebbles it saves the action for near the end. Amazing battle sequences with Steve McQueen. Just great. Like,
think of Hitchcock,
you came in late, Dan, but the question was posted to the guys: do you have a favorite movie, regardless of genre, and what would it be?
Well, obviously that's a tough one, because there's different types of movies I like at different times and stuff. But there is one movie that, I don't know, for some reason I gravitate to it.
Okay.
Especially around Easter time, and that's The Way. You ever see The Way?
No.
Oh my gosh! With who's the guy from? I'm getting a brain fart from the who is in the Apocalypse Now. Who was that? He was the young actor. He was young at the time. Now he's
Emilio or Estevez. Martin Sheen.
Martin Sheen, and his son Amelia is in it too, playing his son.
Okay.
And I really just like this film. There's something about it that it's such a. I mean, it's a deeper film. So I mean, I like action, adventure, all this stuff. But when it comes to real sort of a human story, I don't know. There's something about that film. I just love watching it. I don't know if have you seen it, Paul or Andy?
No, I haven't heard of that one, but I'll look it up. Yeah.
How old is it? Way. It's about a story about this guy who loses his son. His son. Martin is playing the father, and Amelia is the son, and he decides to. The son was going to do this. This trip to what they call it, they go from somewhere from France to Santiago or something like that. It's a pilgrimage that they walk, but his son died doing it, and so he decided to go get his son's remains, and then he decided then to do the walk instead of his son, to fulfill the walk his son didn't do.
Woo-hoo!
And it's really quite an amazing movie. So
getting there, guys. Getting there.
You're close.
2:15.
Yeah, 2:15. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
All right.
So, who's seen it?
Did you come up with one, Andy?
No, I mean, the only thing I came up with that I try to watch every year is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Once again, it's a comedy. Steve Martin, John Candy. I love that movie, and I try to watch it.
Is that the one where those aren't two pillows?
Yeah, those aren't pillows.
Where are your hands? Between two pillows. Those aren't pillows.
Yeah, it's got such heart to it and stuff. Especially the scene when Steve Martin, it's at the end, and John Candy gets off the subway train, and then Steve starts putting all the pieces together about from throughout the movie with John Candy and stuff, all the clues, and he doesn't have a family anymore, and he's lonely and stuff, and that's when he goes back to invite him to his house. It's such a great movie. So
let's see if the chat's been paying attention. Everybody in the chat, post my favorite movie in there. Let's see how well you know me. I've talked about it 1,000,000 times on streams. So
The Bridge Over the River Kwai. Oh wait, Star Trek.
you, Andy. No.
Is that it?
No.
Oh, okay. No, I love David Lean movies. He's just brilliant. David Lean.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Nobody's gotten it yet. Nobody's put
we're
it
waiting.
Yeah, we're waiting. Come on, guys. You know it.
I've told people my story.
How hard is this?
I've told people my stories about
Nailed it, Josh.
Nailed it. The Thing? Oh, The Thing. Okay.
Oh no. Yep, there we go. AJ Tom.
I was going to say, when I saw it, I remembered. I wouldn't.
Right.
Okay.
Not The Thing. It's The Thing from Another World.
Nope. Yeah, the original from 50 or whatever.
1951.
Oh, really?
Howard Hawks.
Because I like The Thing, the remake with Kurt Douglas and all that, but so I never saw the original. The original's good.
You mean Kurt Russell, right?
Kurt Russell. Yeah, it's much better than.
It is good. I watched it last year because
I don't love the Carpenter one.
Okay.
Because I mean, yes, it's closer to John Campbell's book in what the alien is like and all that kind of stuff. But like all Carpenter movies, he fills it with characters nobody gives a shit about, and they're people you don't believe are what they're supposed to be. They're scientists up in this research station, and we never see them doing any science. The first time we meet them, they're playing ping pong and fucking around. We have a helicopter pilot. The first time we meet him, he's playing chess, he's drinking booze, and he throws the booze into the computer and destroys it. So now he's stuck with no computer. It's just these stupid things. Now you get the 1951 original, and these are military men and scientists, and the military men you believe are military guys. The scientists, they're busy doing science shit, through the whole movie. So those characters are believable, and it's immersive. I believe we're at this ice station up in the North Pole. It's the North Pole, and this one's Antarctica, and the other one. And it's a much more immersive and better film in that you care about the characters and what happens to them. Now, the effects aren't anywhere near as cool as Rob Bottin's effects, right. But you go beyond that because it's all about character, and that's why I love that movie so much. It also has an ending which is like in the book, the original book. The humans win; they win out, they destroy the creature, whereas he has this nihilistic ending. Carpenter has this nihilistic ending where you don't know which one of them is are they one of them the thing, or is none of them the thing? Are they just going to die, because of the elements in the cold? So
Graham, what's your favorite Alfred Hitchcock movie?
That would probably be Rear Window.
Yeah, I think that would be mine too.
Yeah.
Although Vertigo is a close second to me. I really like that too.
I dislike Vertigo.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I dislike it. I find it to be a mess, and a narrative mess, and also it's completely unbelievable he couldn't tell that this is the same girl. That. I
guess maybe. Well, didn't you like the comic book start? They had those comic book moments where they had that kind of like flaring shots and stuff. We had some comic flare background graphics and stuff like that.
Where he's like going through the dream thing.
Yeah.
He looks like
cool.
Tintin.
Hey, did you guys ever see the John Frankenheimer movie Seconds?
That sounds familiar.
It's just an amazing movie. And I stumbled
the rope. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, Paul. Someone just said The Rope. That's another really good one.
That's Hitchcock.
That one doesn't get played a lot.
No.
No. Seconds is just an incredible kind of science fiction movie done by John Frankenheimer, who did all kinds of amazing movies like The Train and Ronin and a whole bunch of them. And it's this black and white.
Here for $5 super chat.
Nice.
Nolan's favorite movie is the all-female cast of Ghostbusters. Wow.
Now, if there was an all-female cast of Ghostbusters and it was a porn, I'd say that was probably pretty good.
Right. That would be called Nutbusters. That'd be Nutbusters.
Right. Exactly.
Now, has the chat chimed in on their favorite? I mean, I want to see what Brett says.
Some are Manchurian Candidate.
That's Frankenheimer, yeah.
Yes.
North by Northwest. Marcus Calligrew was talking about Hitchcock films. That's one of my other favorites. Is North by Northwest.
Love it.
Yeah.
The famous end shot too, right?
Yeah.
movie buffs will know what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Did you guys? Brett's saying he's Apex Comics. He's saying Manchurian Candidate. Did you guys see the remake one with
No,
Denzel
but
Washington? Wasn't there one with
No,
Denzel?
Oh yeah, I saw the remake. Yeah,
Was it
yeah.
any good or?
Yeah, I mean, it was okay. It was kind of just standard fare, because that was during a time when they were doing a lot of stuff like that. I mean, it's
Have
it's
you guys ever
Denzel.
seen?
So
I'm sorry, Andy.
no, I was just saying it's Denzel Washington, and I
Yeah.
generally don't walk out of one of his movies let down because he's so good.
Yeah,
So
he is good. Have you ever seen a movie called His Kind of Woman?
No.
no,
It's John Farrow directed it. It's a Robert Mitchum. What's the girl's name? Russell. Jane Russell. Vincent Price and Raymond Burr are the main characters in this. And this is one of the most bizarre movies you're ever going to see. It starts off like it's going to be this little, kind of adventure crime thing where Mitchum gets approached. He's just gotten out of prison. He gets approached because he's got no prospects, and they're going to give him all this money. They're going to send him down to this resort in Mexico, no questions asked, and he's got to meet a guy there, and that's all he knows. Well, it ends up that he's going down there, and the guy he's going to meet is Raymond Burr, who is basically Al Capone. And Al Capone has not been allowed back into the country. He's offshore on his yacht, and the only way he's going to get back in the country if he takes the face of somebody else. So they picked Mitchum because he's about the same height and size as Burr, and they got this Nazi doctor who's going to take his face off and put it on Raymond Burr.
the original face off,
right? Yeah, and now this is getting really dark, right? But then on the island is also Vincent Price, who is a Errol Flynn style actor. He does all these swashbuckling adventure show movies and stuff, and he's there to hunt. He wants to hunt, and he's so over the top. He steals every freaking scene he is in, and he ends up teaming up with Mitchum and starts shooting the bad guys and stuff, and going off on these soliloquies and things. You've never seen Vincent Price like this before, and he is a freaking riot in this movie. But then his scenes are funny, and then you get to these very close up kind of ultra violent fight scenes on the boat where they're trying to subdue Mitchum and stick this hypodermic needle into his arm, and they're like, they're showing the arm and the needle's going in, and he just pulls it away. It's all this kind of stuff. It's a crazy movie, but it is so much fun. You guys got to see it.
I want to see it just because of Vincent Price doing something that's not horror, because that's really all I know Vincent Price for.
What's the name again, Graham? What's the name again?
Woman. His Kind of Woman.
Sorry, His Kind of, because I'll write this down. Did you ever, speaking of ultra violence, it triggered my brain. Did you ever see Darker Than Amber with Rod Taylor?
No.
Because,
is that the train one where he's in Africa?
That's Dark of the Sun. It's got the dark. Yeah, which is amazing. Like,
Darker Than Amber with John D. McDonald.
Exactly.
It's Travis McGee.
I tell the stories that, like, to people that I know, and I think I've posted a little bit about this, that the older I get, the more I realize I had a gloriously inappropriate dad, because in the 60s he was taking me to these movies as a little boy that were just totally wrong. Like it was like when I was older, although this I still wouldn't recommend. I was older, and when I went to see the premiere of Saving Private Ryan and the opening beach sequence, I was just astounded that these parents had taken these little kids to see this. But anyway, this is kind of like an earlier version of that.
It's better than taking them to see Saving Ryan's Privates, which is a whole different movie.
Yeah. So my dad used to take me. It's like, hey, son, Paul, let's go to the movies, and I got to see all these like completely inappropriate things. I mean, they weren't that outrageous, but for like in the 60s, I was like seeing like The Ambushers with Dean Martin, Darker the Sun, Darker Than Amber with Rod Taylor. Yeah, it's an adaptation of John D. McDonald's novel, and it's got a notorious extended fight sequence with this guy who was later in a bunch of Clint Eastwood movies and other movies. I think his name is Richard Smith. And the famous story that movie fans will know is that Rod Taylor was, I think, a bit smaller than him, but very fit back then in the 60s. And I think these movies, Darker Than the Sun and Darker Than Amber, I've heard Quentin Tarantino mention. So apparently they're filming a famous scene, which I vividly remember. It's like burned in my youthful 10-year-old brain, that they're in a hotel room and they start fighting. And it gets really bloody. Like they're smashing themselves into mirrors and just diving over beds and just beating the royal crap out of each other. And apparently some of this was real. I read online that they were competing and that they kept filming. And so I don't know how much of it was.
It's William Smith.
That's it. William Smith, not Richard Smith. William Smith. Yeah. And they were just going at it. So again, my dad, inappropriate dad, takes me to these things, and I'm partly scarred, but partly thankful because it exposed me to this wonderful world of all these stories.
David,
and, great stuff. So yeah. So
Rohawk.
There he is,
brother. Hey, William Smith is a very interesting guy. He's one of the first bodybuilders in Hollywood, and he speaks he spoke 5 different languages, including Russian. In fact, he was in what was that John Milius film? Not Reds. The one with Patrick Swayze from the 80s, where
oh my God, they did that shitty remake too.
Yeah.
Dancing.
No, with the Russians and the Cubans parachute into
Red Dawn.
Red Dawn.
Yeah.
Red Dawn. William Smith was in that, and he spoke fluent Russian in that.
Oh wow!
Wow.
He's also a little boy in The Ghost of Frankenstein.
Holy crap!
Yeah, he's one of the kids when the Frankenstein monster first walks into the village. There's a little girl with a balloon, and there's these boys torturing her, and they kick the balloon, and the balloon goes up on the building, and she's sad, and she wants the monster to take her up there because he's big and tall to get the balloon. And I think the kid that actually kicks the balloon is William Smith.
Oh wow, that's cool.
And I remember seeing him in those Clint Eastwood movies. Wasn't he one of the bad guys in one of Every Which Way You Can or Loose or whatever you'll remember the titles, but those kind of semi-cheesy Clint Eastwood B movies that he did with the monkey and all that, the chimpanzee Clyde or whatever it was. I don't remember exactly.
All right, that's another one. What's your favorite Clint Eastwood?
Oh, hold on a sec. I Leg Kick One just remind me I missed a couple of his super chats. Sorry about that, brother. $5 super chat. Have you guys seen Last of the Dogmen? And Sam Pebbles is a favorite of my dad. Reminds him of his Navy days in the engine room.
There you go.
I don't know Last of the Dogmen. Any of you guys know that one?
No.
Nope.
No, I don't know that one.
When was it made?
Yeah, I don't know. And then he also had one. I thought I put this one up. Holman
exactly.
Come Down.
Exactly. There you go.
Is that a reference from the Sam Pebbles?
Yeah, because there's a famous, a wonderful. It's a very stark sequence where Holman is. The crew turns against him. So Holman is Steve McQueen's character. Mm-hmm. And at one point they're kind of rebelling and they're blaming him, and he's up on the upper deck. He's on the upper deck with Richard Crenna and the other people, and there's almost like a rebellion or a mutiny, and they're all yelling mutiny. They're all yelling, "Holman, come down!" So you have to see the movie to understand.
I have seen it. It's been years though since I've seen it.
Yeah. Fair enough. Clint Eastwood movies, though, Dan.
$80 away.
It's agonizing. You're almost there.
Come on, it's going to be like fire. I even have the. I shouldn't say that. We'll lose viewers.
No,
Graham. What movie inspired you mostly for Monster Island?
Destroy All Monsters.
Okay.
Godzilla movie.
The Godzilla stuff. Okay.
Yeah. That particular Godzilla movie. That coupled with the Jack Kirby pre-Marvel Monster comics, and the Roy Crane Buzz Sawyer strip, with the 3 elements that I mashed up together to create the Monster Island stories.
Now, are you going to go see? Because I know you weren't a fan of the first one, Godzilla Kong, that's coming out next week.
Nope. I will not go see it. It looks horrible. You know, they're looking. The two of them pose like they're right out of Compton. You know, it's
I know.
it's horrible. It's just horrible. And after seeing Godzilla minus one,
I
there's
know.
no need to see one. You know, that was great.
Yeah, but don't you want to see the pink, the girl, the Godzilla transition to pink?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Graham, we'll let you know how it is. Dennis and I will be seeing it Thursday night for our movie review on Friday. So
I hope you're going to see it at a cheap show. Do they even have cheap
well,
shows?
we do that. So we do that. Yeah, they do. But we do that AMC monthly thing that's like $20 and you can see 3 movies a week. So even though we only see one a week, it still pays for itself because it's basically $5 a ticket. So
okay, that's not too bad. It's $5 a ticket and $10 for a popcorn.
Yeah, that's the part where they slam you in the balls. But what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we got 1,917 people watching.
That's great.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Doesn't cost you a thing, but then you'll get notifications when we broadcast these kind of shows, and also like when I'm hosting the professionals, or my new show, my Wednesday show, The Landing Party, with Aaron, that Star Wars girl, and Ron Garney, who was on here a little bit earlier. So that's going to be a fun show. So yeah, subscribe, hit that like button, help the algorithms. We appreciate it. F in the chat, I think Graham is lying. What am I lying about?
Should be specific.
Yeah.
I noticed the chat mentioning Tom Berenger, so that's triggering me to say.
I was at a convention with Tom Berenger.
Really? I just love the Platoon. That's seared into my memory. His Sergeant Barnes character.
Yeah.
Just like I still remember. You know how you remember things that really get in there. Going to the premiere, the early days when it was Platoon. And it was around Christmas, I think, if I remember right. But just incredible. Just the character of that scarred Sergeant Barnes and the intensity. Unbelievable storytelling. Oliver Stone. And when you read about what he pulled off, it wasn't like on the level of Apocalypse Now going in the jungle, but apparently they still had a lot of difficulties. And I think Tom Berenger, I mean, he did some kind of cheesier things, I don't know, but in that movie, he just nailed it. Just completely, to me, nailed it. The way he acted, like all the different scenes. There's the scene where they're all smoking up drugs in the fire-base dugout, and Barnes comes in and he's confronting them really subtly. You know, he's like been drinking or whatever he is. Just great.
Yeah, I like
anyway,
Lord Colostomus.
Right.
Eagle.
Hey, you guys are all old enough to remember TV Guide, right? And of course, that's something.
Of course.
I remember.
I used to buy it just to see what Star Trek episodes were going to be on.
I remember seeing that in an ad in there. You know, full page ad said, "Eek, it's Monster Week," and it had a picture of Godzilla. Like, oh my gosh! I just remember that being the greatest week ever. You know.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, like, this is gonna be so great. It's all monsters all week. You know.
When I was a kid in the New York area, we had a couple stations. We had WPIX Channel 11 and WOR Channel 9 out of Secaucus, New Jersey, and they would have like creature features and thriller theater and all these different. There was one that was on in the afternoon at 4:00. So I'd come home from school, rush through my homework, and at 4:00 I was ready for all these old classic monster movies that they would show.
Wow.
That was great. It only lasted a year, I think, but God, it was seared into my brain every day after school. I was, I don't think my grades were great that year, but
unless they gave you a test on monsters or Star Trek, you would have aced those, right? Like,
I'd have aced them, man.
Yeah. It makes me reflect how much the media scene has changed since the days we were talking about of these movies, like with the accessibility online of all this stuff, and there's this sea of stuff. It's just so different now compared to then. Like you could only see a movie once. There were no even DVDs or videotapes. So I remember going to see like the Disney movies and just loving them, but you couldn't really see it again. So there's just such narrow portals to accessing this stuff. Like I'd be in my room. I'm sure you guys had this similar experience. Like I'm trying to develop as an artist. I'm going to high school. But I just go home to my little room, my little cubby hole. I had my stacks of comics. I had my stacks of Chris Foss science fiction paperback covers. What else? Yeah, basically that stuff. I had some of those Frazetta books, the early books they put out. I guess it was at Valentine Books. Yeah.
I have one of them still.
Yeah, I sadly got rid of those. I kicked myself because I got rid of those in my 20s, doofus. But those are the touchstones, and there'd be like the it's like the monkey with the sacred object trying to like figure out what is this, like how does it work, and I'd be looking at them, studying them, and then going over and practicing, trying to figure out how can I be like that, how can I do this stuff. But then I'm reflecting on now, it's almost like we're spoiled for choice. I mean, you can take advantage of it if you fully understand the value of the fact that you can access all this stuff, time and space. You can even contact people.
I don't know if that's it, if now is a good thing because everything is so readily available.
Exactly.
There was something nice about 3 channels, and then getting up in the morning as a kid, turning the TV on and going, it's the national anthem or flag still. When's it going to be 6 o'clock when everything clicks over?
Right.
And I remember, and this just goes back to late teens in the late 80s, a movie would come out, and if you missed it, you're like, well, I guess I got to wait a year till it comes on HBO.
Think of the holiday films, like when Charlie Brown Christmas was on or something like that.
Yeah.
You had to be there at 8 o'clock to watch it. Otherwise, it would be 365 days before you could see it.
That's
exactly.
Right. Yeah, every Friday at our house was the Muppet Show for sure.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, it's only now. Like, I'm astounded now. I mean, there are great things because, like, now delving through YouTube, you can discover all these things. Like, I've been astounded to discover how many songs I missed from the '60s. I love music, but I had AM radio on this little colorful plastic AM radio. I borrowed from my sister. I'd be sitting there drawing, but I'd listen to top 40 AM stations. But now when I go on YouTube, there's all these artists and many more of their songs in their repertoire that I never heard. And I'm going, like, you missed all this, So I don't know. That's a good thing to try and catch up on it.
Yeah. I mean, there's good and bad to it, I mean, going back just with comics, there was something nice, back once again for me, the heyday reading wise, because early teens and stuff, the 80s. Okay. And it was like next month, and you just get this little blurb, and that's it. No way it would be spoiled. The only way it would be spoiled is if somebody got it the next issue before you and told you. That was it.
So did you buy, like, for me, my experience was mostly in the late 60s and early 70s, going to the spinner rack.
Yeah.
In the drugstore.
Spinner rack. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
they were everywhere. They were at a camp store. I mean,
that was great. Like, I had my mom would give me
I used to buy comics in these coffee shops, these luncheonettes that they used to have in Long Island. So you'd go in, you could buy newspapers, cigars, candy, get coffee, breakfast. It was a breakfast bar.
Yeah.
There was this one at the East End of Long Beach that they had the big magazine stand right towards the front window, and they were they had just closed, and we saw the distributor was there, and he was putting the new comics up on the rack. And my brother and I are looking in the window, and we see this Spider-Man comic because we had just read the one that came out before, and we've been waiting for this one. This is the second part of the Return of the Green Goblin, and he racks it up there, and we're like, where our faces are up against the glass like this. Let us in. And we had to wait till the next day for them to open up so we could go in there and get the comic. And you'd walk in there, you'd be assaulted by these 2 wonderful smells: the smell of pulp from the newspapers and the comics, mixed with cooking hamburgers on the grill.
That sounds.
Oh my God! If they can make cologne of that.
There you go.
Just buy a lot of comics and make some hamburgers in your house.
There you go.
My favorite memory of that kind of era, Graham, and everybody is every Friday, my mom, bless her, would give me, I think about and I was about 10 years old in Kingston, Ontario, very small place, but it was the early burgeoning independence. So I was 10 years old. She'd give me like about 50 cents. I can't remember, maybe $1. And after school on a Friday, every week for a good long period, and this is how I discovered Jack Kirby and all these other great things, I'd have this independent walk where I'd walk to the drugstore where there's a spinner rack. I faced the agonizing choice of like, which comics do I buy? Because there's way too many that were great. I'd buy a few comics and then I'd go to Harvey's and buy myself a hamburger and sit there. I just have such vivid memories of doing that. And just being in glory, like just having the stories, reading the comic, eating my hamburger. And then I go home, and it was like a growing up thing. But then I go home to my little room in Kingston, and I was just trying to puzzle out, how the heck do I become this? Like, what are the steps? So I remember, for example, I'll share this little further bit. I was trying to figure out, like, it was slowly like clicking in, like there's people who do this and they're professionals, but what do they do? And I was like, I got to get more professional. So like I'm in grade 5, I'm about 10 years old. And so I got bond paper of all things. And I got somehow a bunch of those speedball nibs, but I had fountain pen ink. And I was trying to ink my comics, and they were digging the paper with these speedball various nibs with the fountain pen ink, which was way too watery, and it was the wrong paper. I'm trying to ink these comics tediously. And I eventually, a couple of years later, I figured it out. But it was another example of there was no access to information. So I had no way to know. Like I had no professional.
What materials they're using, what size.
Just trying to puzzle. Right.
Yeah. That was so great.
We need to sell a comic here because we're $80 away from 105.
Oh, close.
Let's play the trailer here and see if we can't get that one more backer.
Yeah.
Action, adventure, romance, airplanes.
What do you put this together in, Graham? If I can ask over it.
I don't. I have a guy put it together for me.
Oh, okay.
Nick
this is like wondering, like Adobe Premiere. Yeah.
I don't know what he uses. He's great.
Nice.
Yeah, he's done a few of our trailers. He does mine now because of Graham.
Oh, cool.
Thank you, Henry, too.
Man, that looks like so much fun.
Oh yeah,
it'd be so much fun to read. Graham, did you like the Kong with Jack Black? That one, that movie.
Which one?
The one with Jack Black, the King Kong with.
Skull Island. Is that the one?
Right.
I don't know if it was called.
I don't remember. I know the movie. I just can't remember which one it was.
Oh no! Oh, the Peter Jackson one.
Yes.
Yeah, that was
no.
Okay, yeah.
You did not.
No.
The only thing I really remember about that movie that really bothered me was when those guys were eaten by those like worm. Oh, we got. There you go.
There we go. You know what that means, right?
Fine. That's right. And I've got a little bit of booze left, so we can toast it up too.
Let's see, do I have that?
Oh my God! You said you did. Now you're just.
I did. I'm looking for it. Did I get rid of that? Oh man, I don't have it. Oh well, I guess I deserve this.
He kicks the wall. He didn't kick the guy.
He lands on him with his butt. Yeah. Well, hey everybody, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. This campaign is going way beyond what I was expecting. I'm so happy you guys are excited about it. And it seems like everybody's buying the double pack, so you're getting the first Monster Island and Return to Monster Island, which bodes well for Escape from Monster Island, which will be funding later this year, which will be all brand new stuff. And I'm really excited about that, and can't thank you guys enough. So cheers to you. Thank you.
Cheers.
And to the boys that are in the group here, Paul, Andy, and Dan. And I got to give a shout out to Ron, too. So thanks, guys.
Yeah. Mike Barron. Mike Barron was here for a brief.
Mike Barron, too. Yeah, I forgot Mike. Yep, sorry.
So
Mike,
are we babysitting Andy? Are you that much younger?
Well, yeah, I'm the younger one.
By what? How old are you?
Well, I'll be 55, but 54 right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
How old are you, Dan?
58.
58. Paul?
Yeah.
I'm about to turn 65 in a month, or in April, mid-April.
Okay.
So wait, you got Graham beat then. Graham, are you?
I'm 61.
Yeah. So Paul, you're the senior. Wow.
No, you're not.
Yeah, he's older than Art. So
Graham,
Yeah, I'm about,
Graham,
you're
61. I thought you were 62.
Oh, wait a minute.
Born in 62. 62.
You're right.
What
You're
you
right.
were
I'm 62.
You put that alcohol down. Jesus.
bourbon.
Well, I was
forgetting.
61 when I started this damn campaign.
Good. Well, that's true. All right, Graham, I'm going to bounce out. I want to see it hit the 10-5. I got a con tomorrow, so
Where are you going for tomorrow?
Oh, it's Charlotte Comic Con. It's a one-day show that some friends do 3 times a year. So Dennis and I are going. Daughter always goes with us.
Is Dan coming to that? Frege?
Who? What?
Is Frege going to that?
No, not this. No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'll see Dan in 2 weeks with Ron in South Carolina. So.
Oh, nice.
Hopefully have a cigar in your honor. So.
Please do. And
you know it.
We'll definitely have them in Garden State.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll have one in Billy's honor there. So.
Yeah, we'll have to have one in Billy's honor too. So.
I know.
Hey, thanks, buddy. Really appreciate your support.
Got it.
See you, Andy.
Hanging out. All
Of
right,
course. Congrats. Paul, we'll see you on Wednesday. Dennis
You
and Andy
bet.
show, 3 p.m. Paul Revos is the guest.
I've got it written down. Thank you.
All right,
I'll
man.
see you later.
Good night,
Have a good
everybody.
night, Andy. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Fun stuff. This is a great community. We're glad you have joined us, Paul, because everybody supports everybody, and it's just a lot of fun, you know.
Well, it's very welcoming, you know. It's like it kind of mirrors, Graham, the story I said about wrestling. You know, that
right.
It's just like it contradicted. If you get a little worried or anxious, and I guess a lot of artists are a lot of loners. You know, you're doing your thing, and you're a little bit different, maybe more sensitive, whatever, what have you. But yeah, so then no, it's great. There's a nice community here, obviously, and a
lot more giving and sharing than when you're working for the bigs. You know, everybody's like trying to scam the same job. You know, everybody. You know, nobody's going to give you. You know, unless they're close friends. You know, they're not giving you the skinny on stuff. Whereas like here, you're doing your own thing. You know, and you're not competing against anybody else. You're competing against you.
Yeah.
You know?
As a matter of fact, when you combine forces, you can promote. You know, triple the promotional power. It makes a big difference. Really, it's kind of helping out. Everybody's helping each other out. It's a rising tide to raise all ships. Except in some cases where people are hostile to that. You know, as we've seen lately. But
yeah. No, this is very interesting. Like to understand the psychology of it. I think it's good to explain to people. I don't know. I think Dan's kind of touching on that. I wouldn't want to get too controversial, but there is a definite difference to me. And that's kind of why I went on EVS's stream, Ethan's stream, is because I kind of woke up and realized like there is a fundamental difference because this crowdfunding is giving. Like fans might not realize if you haven't been a professional actually trying to earn your living from doing this stuff, all the various like aspects of, you know, trying to penetrate the professional community, get work, consistently get work, you know, do the work, but you're working for companies, you don't own it.
Right.
I had recent examples of this, like, which was fair game because I signed the work for hire contract, but I was posting on Instagram, trying not to moan too much. But for example, Robot Batman, I discovered suddenly out of the blue that this comic I had done for Jeff Parker wrote this story for Batman 66, so I illustrated it, and then the Todd McFarlane Toys with DC made a whole nice robot toy. I've got it over there. I should show it, but nice robot toy out of the design I had done, which I had to do because I drew the story and I put my heart into it, made design sheets. Lo and behold, years later, they make a whole toy out of it. And it was really popular. It looks like, at least I could see anecdotally on social media.
Yeah.
You can't whine about it because I signed the work for hire contract, but it's like, you don't get any of that. I did that creative work.
DC wasn't always like that. DC used to offer what they used to call equity contracts. When you created stuff for them, you could get an equity contract. Chuck and I have it for Bane.
Ethan has it, doesn't Ethan has it? Shane has it, right? I mean,
they have some. They have equity contracts, and I have it on some other characters as well. They paid me royalties for using my design of the Penguin and the Iceberg Lounge in the last Batman movie, The Batman. So, although they did say that one came out of a discretionary fund, I don't know whether they're going to pay me any more.
Had you created that, Graham, the Iceberg Lounge?
Yeah. Chuck and I created that for the Penguin because I had when we finished all the tie-in books or all those connected series, we were left alone to be able to write standalone stories finally. And first thing we wanted to do is start using some of the classic villains. And we both liked the Penguin, but he seemed a little outdated, and didn't seem like he would be a great threat for Batman. And so, I had come up with the idea of, well, what if this guy was Casper Gutman, the Dashiell Hammett type character. He owns this lounge, sort of a cross between Gutman and Ferrari, the other Sidney Greenstreet character from Casablanca. So he'd own this lounge, and he would run his criminal operations out of this lounge. He'd always have hot chicks hanging on him, because he's this little guy, but he's got dough, and power. And so I would always draw him with these, hot, girls with the low cleavage and stuff. And so I took him out of the tuxedo and put him in a dinner jacket. And then I took his hair, and there's a type of penguin, I can't remember what it's called, but he has these feathers that stick up the side. And so I combed his hair so he had those things sticking up like this penguin to give him a different look. And he never had the hat, and he didn't carry an umbrella and all that kind of stuff. And that's the kind of crime lord type thing that they used. So we did not have an equity contract for that because that's a pre-existing character. So they wouldn't give you anything like that. Like we redesigned Firefly, and they used Firefly for toys and a bunch of stuff. Our Firefly. And what the stupidest thing we did was not rename him. We should have named him,
See, you don't know
Hot Shot or something. If we named him Hot Shot, and they made toys, then we could have had an equity contract and owned, a part of them.
Yeah. Well, this is really, when you think about the crowdfunding thing, it's really the first time I think in history where it's a complete partnership between reader and creator. And exactly. And you hear directly from the reader saying, make me a book. And the artist says, okay, I'll do that. And you give them money, they make the book, and then you have the book. And it's never really happened before like that, with no middleman, no publisher. Right. It's gone. And that is really incredible. Plus, through the social media stuff, you can talk directly to the person and say, your book was crap, if they want to, or it was great, whatever they want to say. You hear immediately. I mean, the amazing thing, you put up a piece of art, you hear immediately from people whether that's good or that's bad or that leg looks funny or whatever, It's great. It's just immediate feedback. So I think this is just a great time to do comics. And I really am anticipating that you're going to see some really great comics finally again. I mean, because I think we had that happening sometime in the 80s with The Dark Knight and Watchmen and some of that stuff, and Dave Stevens' Rocketeer, and then all of a sudden I don't know what happened, just the comic books got too corporate or something, and they stopped, they lost their heart and their soul. It felt like, anyways, to me. I don't know about you guys, but
it wasn't that they were corporate. They hadn't gotten corporate yet. It was that Image came along, and it wasn't about story. It was about the drawing. It was about the art.
I think so too.
I really feel that Image did a disservice to the comic book community, because
I do.
The people that bought those comics, when they bought comics in the 70s and 80s, and then they outgrew them because they discovered girls and went on with their life and stuff, they would come back to comics out of a nostalgic aspect, and because they remembered those fun stories.
Right.
Well, once the 90s came and there were all these, foil stamp covers and all this promotional bullshit that had nothing to do with the stories. There's no tie to come back to that. So we lost an entire generation, I think, from returning.
Well, it wasn't
back.
just Graham. Think about it. It wasn't just the Image guys, but once the Image guys left, they tried to replace them with guys who weren't even as good. And they were doing all these, like, remember the Spider-Man with the tiny, thin little ankles and stuff like that. And that's about the time when I left comics, because I had a Spider-Man story. I think it was called Dead Man's Hand, and I drew a kind of Romita Spider-Man. And the inker went back, probably according to the editor, probably had him do it, but made him look like a McFarlane Spider-Man more. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh no. So it just kind of like, to me, that's when I lost it. Like, oh, this is just not. I feel like I'm going against the grain all of a sudden.
Yeah,
let me just break here, guys, and thank G-Dash for the $2 super chat. He wants to know, when is the next Joe Frankenstein? Anthony Gonzalez Clark is working on the artwork now for the next book, which is called Joe Frankenstein: The Eye of Ra. Chuck and I finished the plot, and Anthony's working plot style on this. When the pages come in, I'll write the dialogue for it. Then it'll go to Chuck. He'll give a pass on it, and then it'll come back to me, and then I'll give the final pass on it. That's typically how we work on this book. When I'm not the artist, and this is the first time I'm not the artist on it. And the reason I'm not on the artist on it is because I have to do Escape from Monster Island, and I want to get that started this year so it follows up on this campaign. And if it takes a long time to write and illustrate the stuff all by yourself, so this way we've got Anthony doing it, and Anthony the variant covers for Joe Frankenstein 1 and 2. A lot of people don't know his name yet, but you're going to know it because he is absolutely fantastic. He sent in some of the first pages of these vampires jumping across these Egyptian buildings in the 1920s, and they've got like tattoos and shit all over them. It looks freaking amazing. I can't wait to share these images. So the quick answer for is, when is the next Joe Frankenstein? I'm probably going to crowdfund that. I'm going to start the crowdfunding on that in probably May for that one. As soon as Anthony gets some pages together and a cover, and then I'm going to do a variant cover, and we'll go from there. But I'm looking at May. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, Graham, getting back to the branding, you talked about like the people reading it when they're kids and they come back. There's something to branding. You got a brand, and they recognize that brand. They come back to it. It's like, I think that a lot of those Image guys were, even though a lot of them were really interesting and good artists, they were off brand. And when you go off brand like that, the people who your regulars, I think a lot of people closed their collections because they didn't like the direction that it was suddenly going in. Into like McFarlane is a really fantastic dynamic artist, but it's very different than Romita and the established Marvel style, and that's brand. And so you're changing your new Coke, you're getting new Coke versus change it to ginger ale. It's something or something like that. It's such a drastic change. You got to be really careful when you do that, because you can lose your whole customer base, and I think that may have happened in that time.
I have to say about McFarlane is that I was never really a fan of his work. I just didn't like that kind of style. I like draftsman, versus a
Yeah.
style that's in your face, but that being said, you can't deny his impact on the business. Marvel was getting stale. They were watered down versions of John Romita drawing Spider-Man, and all of a sudden, this Canadian guy comes along and he does this completely new, very dynamic take on Spider-Man. It's never been seen before.
I really liked his Spider-Man, but just not so much as Mary Jane and Peter Parker and his normal people.
I liked his Hulk, actually.
Yes, Hulk was great too.
I really became a fan when he was doing the Hulk.
Yeah, that was really great stuff. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that work. I think that fit him better.
But you got to be. I said you got to be careful. Now, there's nobody at the wheel. There's nobody watching these characters and looking over the. They don't have model sheets of any kind or anything like that. Like no way.
Yeah, I mean that's something that I always talk about. Alex Toth. He used to write, opinion pieces about that, bemoaning that very fact, even back in the 70s and 80s. And to me, my comment on this would be, it looks to me. Do you think it's fair to say that there's been a kind of rigidification of style? Because I remember like this great age as a kid in the late 60s, 70s when they're doing all those DC showcase stuff. I'd go to the store in Montreal, the rack, and again I was about 10 years old. Well, we lived in Montreal, and then we moved to Kingston, Ontario. But so I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. But I remember in that, what do they call it, Silver Age, going and just basking in this amazing array of different styles. Like you had Joe Kubert, you had I remember reading The Secret Six. Was it Jack Sparling? I think.
Yep.
Just like such a range of things that they were trying in different art styles. And it was just like a cornucopia of all this stuff. It was fantastic. But, you sort of fast forward to later, in the 80s, I was by then a working professional. I kind of phased out of comics because I just found, is it true to say that it became this kind of more rigid thing where you had to have that kind of, like, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not as up on this as some people would be, but was it like post Barry Windsor Smith with all that inking with Scott Williams, the hatching, and there's that certain imagey style that kind of
Jim
predominated.
Lee and all that, yeah.
Jim Lee, right, that took over.
Yep.
And it
that's the thing is, I thought those guys were good, but the thing that I didn't like is that they were pumped up so high that everybody wanted to draw like them.
That's what I'm saying.
And so it dominated the industry in a way, and I think that you lost some of the Frazettas and the Dave Stevens and just different kinds of artists that were really, really good. But
and then when the publishers saw the
better,
success,
I mean, you can trace Jim Lee's work back to John Buscema and some Japanese influence as well, but still, to me, not as powerful.
I don't think Jim Lee's figures and faces are very well constructed, but
they're the same. Batman's face is Superman's face is Green Lantern's face.
Yes.
There's he's got this stock model figure and musculature, well drawn to be sure, but it hasn't evolved in 30 years.
Right.
Yeah, and it brings to mind. I mentioned it. I might have mentioned it with EVS, but and again, I always am saying Alex Stout, but like the guy's my art god up there. He said famously, "Muscles don't tell stories," and what he was talking about was how that whole school of like sort of fetish object art. It's almost a bit fetishy, where it's like.
Yeah.
And you're a fan, you like that. Okay. I'm not really dissing you. It's like, you can like what you like. I'm talking from my own personal point of view, comparing it to that rich cornucopia in the late 60s and 70s and maybe onwards, where you had all these different styles. Like, it wasn't all just about muscles. The center of focus was about storytelling. And you saw that in movies, you saw that in comics. So later it became, it's almost like these fetish objects where people are collecting them. There's an investment thing to it too, where we're gonna like get the foil covers, the variant covers. We're gonna get the original art. It's all about money, but it's not about story.
Right. Well, look at just what I remember at the time when Liefeld did his X-Force and sold 1 million copies and stuff like that.
Right.
And it's like that was 20 20 years. There's 20 years before that of really successful, strong storytelling for X-Men, and they never had a number one at hardly ever. Marvel never hardly ever had one. So this was it. At the same time, you're seeing on the news this. I mean, how many stories did you guys see of them saying comics as an investment? Because if you had bought 25 giant size X-Men, you would have made some good money if you had held it for 20 years. And even today, those things are worth a good amount. But now, but you can still get an X-Force for a couple bucks. It's because everyone was buying these things on speculation. They're basing it on 20 years before of long really well done stories for 20 years. Yeah. And so then since then, really, has there been any new characters that have been created, any new storylines that have made it into the movies or anything like that? I don't think so. It's all
they're not superhero stories. There's plenty of graphic novels, 30 Days a Night, Perdition, Road to Perdition. Those are all graphic novels, comics that were made into movies, but they're not superhero comics.
Right.
And there's plenty more. That they made,
But I'm just saying, is there another Hulk? Is there another Spider-Man? Is there any, Batman? It's like there's nothing really that huge, that has been created by. And I think the problem is, like, everyone saw Jack Kirby and saw, like, I remember you were talking about toys. Jack Kirby wouldn't want to go into a toy store because couldn't stand to see all these creations that he just doesn't make any money from. So no one wants to be the next Jack Kirby. Like in that way.
Not that way. Yeah. We'd all love to have that creativity.
Exactly.
But you're probably going to hate me, but I love Alex Toth, but I got some real problems with him.
No, it's it's fine. I'd probably agree with some of them, but
most of the time, Toth, for me, when he hits it fucking out of the park. But a lot of times he tries to be too cute for school in his choices of angles. There's always a lot of back views, and when he has to do an impact panel, he uses design over impact.
That's fair enough.
For example, there was I did a piece on this one time a couple of years ago, where there was a story about these aliens and stuff, and they kind of pulled the skin off their face, type of reveal, and we're seeing it from the point of view of the person, and the person's got his hand up in front of the viewer like this, so we're seeing the alien through the fingertips like this, and a design element. It's really cool cinematically and all that kind of stuff, but it's not a good payoff for a comic. And then I compared that to a scene that John Buscema did, same type of thing in Savage Sword of Conan #2, where this character Thugra Khotan has this big reveal. He's got like a mufti around his head, and he pulls it off, and we see this desiccated face, and it's bam right in your face, and every little detail is there. And it's like, as a kid, I was like, oh my God, that is so freaking cool. But the Toth one, when I saw that, I was like, meh. I'm not. It didn't work. And that's.
Well, Toth had economy of line, didn't he? I mean, it felt like he was. He put it together things really well. It wasn't excessively rendered, whatever, but it was. It just seemed like it was well designed and well. Placed.
Now he could do impact panels like that, like the one where he did. What was it? The World's Worst Job, or. About the Roman, it's basically the crucifixion of Christ.
Right. Dirty job. Dirty job. Yeah.
That's an amazing piece of artwork. And it's very powerful in some of the silhouettes and stuff he uses in that. But then there's other ones where he chooses these back views or these angles where it's like, I want to climb in the panel and see more. It just drives me nuts. Sometimes
I agree. Like, for me, Graham, like, it's fascinating because, I was absorbing all these different things and trying to kind of balance between them. And so I was like, on one hand, Jack Kirby, one hand, Alex Toth, and lots of the other DC people. Yeah. And it's like two different approaches, because Kirby's very emotional. He was not worried about exact, verisimilitude, like the exact... making things look exactly like what they... Right, the draftsmanship. So he's drawing the famous, splayed hands and and squared the zigzags and all that. And that kind of floored me. And I love it. Although I've heard people who come to Kirby later.
Yeah, that was
they
me.
They just go like, what is that? But as
I was going to say, I'd come to it later in terms of when I was younger, I didn't get it. And then when I got older, and then I looked and I thought, oh no, this is really good. Like it's really like that zigzaggy stuff. I thought that's a cop out. Like, but then I got later, no, that's actually beautiful graphic design. It's really
it's power.
Yeah,
I was going to share about Toth and Kirby though, because like as the contrast, so Toth is very cerebral, and sometimes, like you said, Graham, he really hit it, and it's incredible. Other times, maybe it was like too much, and he was like overthinking it, which he himself criticized. If you go on Toth fans, and you might have seen that in his later life, John Hitchcock, I think it was sending him his own artwork, and he wrote these critiques in his handwriting on the sides of these, and they posted them online. Anyway, one time, like I did occasionally phone him, and I remember vividly him telling me, like I asked him about Jack Kirby. I asked him about Neil Adams once, and in these letters that I wrote him when I was compiling that article that was published in Comic Book Artist. And the Neil Adams one, all he wrote me back was, because I said, what do you think of Neil Adams? You know, I didn't know that he just hated Neil Adams. Yeah. So he wrote me back, Neil, question 6, no comment. That was it. I was like, whoa, okay.
So did he just not like Neil, or did he not like Neil's artwork?
I never could find out because I didn't want to poke the bear, right? I didn't want to But then about Jack Kirby, I think on the phone once, I have this memory of asking him, and he was like, well, I don't know. He admired Jack Kirby. He definitely acknowledged his achievement and his abilities. But he said, he invited me to a barbecue once, and I went there to have this barbecue with him. And I think I've seen postings about this. And I was sitting there and I was like listening to him, and I was like, I don't know what the hell he was talking about. I just didn't understand anything about him, And so he wasn't putting him down, because I know he respected him, but it was just a contrast of the experiences. Like Kirby's just very raw, stream from God or the muse right onto the paper, smoking those cigars, staying up all night. And just he had this like fire hose of the stuff going onto the page. Yeah. And Toad's probably sitting there thinking and analyzing, and then he got down to it, finally did this amazing stuff. But he's also partly crippled by his own cerebral function, So but
whereas Kirby would spit it out, he could just
just do it.
It would come out into the pencil. He's not overthinking it. I've heard tales that he started in the upper left-hand corner and just kept drawing. He didn't lay shit out. He just boom.
Yeah, you can see it.
Was there a story where someone said they took away his eraser because every time you erase, it costs you money.
He told that to John Buscema, and then John Buscema told that to John Romita Jr. because Buscema said, "How many pages a day do you do?" And he told him, and he goes, "Throw away the fucking eraser." That's what JB said to Junior.
I saw somewhere
getting paid shit, for page rate. So it's like it's speed, get it done. Get a style, that you can blast out. Buscema did that, Kirby did that, JR Jr. did that.
I remember once talking to Bob Wycheck at the inker at the convention. He said, I think it was I forget what the Fantastic Four he was inking over, but he goes, these were hardly on the page. Like, I had to really just go and, finish some, they're breakdowns essentially. Buscema gave him, Oh. He said he just burned through these things, and what was there was good, but it was just, it was hardly there.
Yeah. But it was solid,
of course, and if Buscema would just draw a rough sketch, it's all there.
It's all there. Yeah. But it's different levels of work that goes into finishing his work,
Yeah.
And that goes into the different mentality where they were regarding it as, they weren't as precious about it, right? Which is something we all have to learn. Like, they're just regarding it as like, oh, it's just a page. I mean, that was reflected in these horrifying stories you hear about them throwing away all these pages or tearing them up or whatever, like they just regarded it as a means to an end. They didn't regard it as, it became almost too much the opposite extreme, like I said, where it's very precious. They're almost like fetish objects. They garner great value because they become an investment vehicle, the original art, and that's okay. But it's just become a different thing. So I think
I
back
do
then,
think Paul, they took their profession seriously, though. I mean,
oh yeah,
they were going
craft.
fast, but they recognized the quality was a part of their job, so they really did work hard to make those things as good as they could be, as fast as they could. But still, it wasn't like now where it's like you're putting all kinds of nonsense in things. These guys took their jobs serious. They had a job to do and they did it. It's like.
Oh yeah, they thought of themselves as like plumbers. They were
Right.
workmen. They had a job to do.
Exactly.
They had children's mouths to feed and
Yep.
mortgages to pay and all that stuff.
Yeah, but it was quality. It was. I mean, it was like just like you say, plumber. Yeah, plumbers got to do quality work. So,
exactly. Have
that-
you guys?
that-
We're talking about artwork here. Have you guys read anything about the great art heist, comic book art heist of 1969?
No.
Well, I've heard about people pilfering, the different like Marvel but like at the warehouse or something. I'm not sure what I read, but
yeah, I gotta hold on a second. I gotta find this.
Did you hear the news recently that one place it's been robbed? That one comic shop's been robbed a bunch of times lately.
No,
I forget where I saw it, but this shop's been hit like 3 times to take comics and stuff. They're valuable, like crazy. Yeah.
So, let's see, what year is this? This was published in Inside Comics. It was part of the Monster Times, actually, my favorite magazine, from 1974, and it's referencing. Let me see what year this is. It's DC Comics was moving, and a bunch of they had a moving company come in and pack everything, and they were moving the building and everything in it, and a bunch of artwork went missing. They didn't keep really a tight rein on this artwork, because it really had no value to them. There wasn't really a market for it per se, and they showed up at a convention in Missouri, and these dealers had access to like let me see if I can find there was a list of.
There's a lot of irony in stealing comic books or because they're about crime, fighting crime usually.
Yeah, right.
It's like wait a second, man.
And
did you look at the piece of paper you were stealing there, buddy?
Yeah, there were Neil Adams pages that were stolen, Jim Aparo pages and covers, Kane Wood, Captain Action, Kirby, Bernie Wrightson, Mike Kaluta, Gray Morrow stories. All these pages disappeared, and they showed up at this convention in Missouri, and the thought was that it was an inside job, that there was a couple editors at DC that let these movers know what pages to lose. Wow. And then they showed up and they sold them at this convention. Now I'm not going to name the names. They're in the article, but I don't want to get libeled because I don't know who they are, but their names we all know.
You mean the editors?
Yeah, I think I did see that briefly, Graham. Yeah. And
that stuff fascinates me. That kind of inside history of the comic book industry is stuff I like to do deep dives on and find out more and talk to people that were involved in the era and what they heard and stuff. In fact, I talked to Howard Chaykin a little bit because he was there at that period when some of the stuff was going missing, and I want to hear the stories he had to say.
What year are we talking about? Did you say?
I think it was 69, but there was two. There was 2 heists actually. One was 69. I think one was 72. But I haven't read the article in a while. I'd have to go back and check it out. 10 letters for a $10 super chat. That is a good cigar. I'm glad that I caught your Star Trek, the original series review, and I saw the Cage stream and look forward to the rest. Can we get Metacumba Key at some point if we weren't there to back the campaign? Thank you, 10 letters. That is appreciated. And yes, as soon as my backers are all fulfilled on Metacumba Key, it'll be on the Compass Comics website. Like all my books are there. So yeah, we're 3/4 of the way through, minus the CGC. We're waiting on the CGCs to come back from them in Florida, and then those will start going out. But as far as all the rest of the backing stuff, we're probably more than 3/4 of the way through on that. So hope that answers your question, and thank you again.
Hey, Paul Taylor's asking, did they get caught? Did they get busted?
No.
Hmm.
No.
Can I share a little story about original art?
Yeah.
It's so it's again about Alex Toth. So in 1986, I think it was, he came up here to Toronto for a convention, and I got a sketch from him. But I think I also at some point, like, he was on the convention floor. I had a table too. He had a busy lineup. I went over and got a sketch from him. I think it was only like $50. A beautiful Jesse Bravo drawing.
Oh,
but my
nice.
story,
I love that book. I love that book.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And so he was sitting there, and I said, I'd like to buy something from you, Alex. Then he had, I think, like, written me a postcard or something. I knew that he had original art, so we arranged it. And I, at some point, you don't remember everything about your life, but I have this memory of going to his hotel room, and he had a portfolio case. And this is in the period before he became kind of like a hermit or a recluse. So he was out there, very genial, gray hair, smoking, and he unzips this case. This is like the, moments where you look back, because he had a case of all this amazing art. And so, like, pencil art, inked pages. And my older self now, yeah, he was selling it, and it wasn't expensive. It's like probably like $50 a page. I don't know, like, he needed money like anybody else, and it was before the 86. It was before the rise of these astronomical prices. So I look back and I go, if you had, this is like what you know now.
Yeah.
I'd only known, go get a bank loan, get $5,000 or whatever you had to do, go buy the entire lock, stock, and barrel. He would have been really happy. But I didn't do it. I bought one page. It's a Challengers of the Unknown story that he penciled. And I bought a pencil page because I thought, I can see all the inked pages, but I don't get to see his pencil pages. And again, this is before the internet and heritage auctions and all these scans. So I bought that page. I have it, and I'm very happy about that. But I don't have any other collection of original art. But it's like, you just kick yourself in hindsight. It's like, what if you'd gone and just bought?
No, no kidding. Yeah.
I went to 88 Chicago Con, and this guy had a stack of John Buscema pages, anywhere from $10 to $25. And I,
like, what were we thinking?
Oh yeah, I mean, I ended up buying a few of them. I bought a couple from Doc Savage #1 magazine that Tony DeZuniga inked, and I also bought some Ross Andrew Doc Savage pages too, because I'm a big Doc Savage fan. And they didn't cost me more than probably $25, $50 at the most. $50 at the most for each of those pages. And oh my God, like you said, if I had a credit card at the time that I could have maxed out, what an investment that would have been to own that artwork and sell it.
I mean, I was in my 20s. I wasn't thinking that way long term, and there's no even gleaming of the idea of the value, how much value they would accrue. That's an interesting comment there. Yeah, Gil Kane. I've heard that allegation too, and I have a little mini story too about value of things. Like back in the 60s when I was a little kid and avidly collecting, like I said, on my run every Friday to the comic shop, and we had a rented house in Kingston, Ontario. So I vividly remember, even though I was too old, I'd go downstairs. This is like shameful internet confessions. I go downstairs and I had one of those Batman costumes with the mask and the little stupid cape. and I'd pretend to be Batman, run around the basement. But I was old enough to know, and like, do not let anybody see you. Anyway, the story is, I had one of those grocery boxes of big cardboard boxes with the circular holes, that you'd get from the supermarket.
Mm-hmm.
And in the basement, every time I bought these comics, I'd read them, but then I'd store them downstairs in this box. And over about like a year or two, whatever it was, this box was just filled with all these 60s comics to the brim. And I'd go and look at them sometimes. It was like my go-to place in the basement. Read the comics, go back upstairs and draw. So one day I come home from school, I go downstairs to the basement. There's no box. I'm like frantic, you get that adrenaline rush. Like, where's the box? There's no box. My comics. And I like freaking out. Finally, like around whatever it was, 6 o'clock, my dad comes home from his government job. I'm like, Dad, I'm a little kid. Where's the box? My comics box. And he goes, oh, well, it was getting too full of clutter. I put it out with the garbage. It's gone. So, yeah, no, true story. Sorry, Dad. But that's what he did. And then years later, in the 80s,
but that's what it was if the parents hadn't thrown those books out, the books wouldn't be worth much because everyone still had them. It's like it's like anything. It's like if it's all supply and demand,
But I told him later, like, it was still bugging me. You have these issues, right? So much later in the 90s, I think it was, he came to visit me. He was getting older, but I said, Dad, you remember that box? He didn't remember clearly, but I said, if I only just had that box now, because it had a lot of early comics. I don't know exactly what it would have been worth, but it would have been worth a lot of money, right? So,
JDC for $4.99 super chat. Nick Cardy talked about being in the DC offices at the time of the movers. An editor told him to take what he wanted. Nick didn't want anything. Ooh, wow, that's interesting. Hey, we got 2,100 people watching right now.
Wow,
that's a wonderful audience. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in and sharing our little party with us as we are counting down to the end of the campaign. It will go in demand for those people that are maybe waiting on a paycheck for next week or something like that. It'll stay in demand probably a month or so before I close it down and get files ready to go out. But come Monday, I'm going to start the 8-page story, Kirby Cigar, which is going to be a lot of fun. So you guys earned it by getting us up to 100K. So thank you for that.
What's about the Kirby Cigar? I got to hear this.
Yeah. Any hints?
It's an 8-page short story that I'm including with Return to Monster Island. It's sort of a satire and an indictment of the comic book industry. It's really funny. I felt this ne'er-do-well comic artist, that wants to break in, and he can't do it. He really has no talent and stuff, and he's tired of getting criticized and stuff. And the legend at Miracle Comics is this guy Jackson Kirby, and he left to go, to find greener pastures at another company uptown. And he left his cigar there, and they lionized it and stuck it in a frame and stuff. And so every artist that comes in would have to see the greatness that was there before by seeing this guy's cigar. And so this ne'er-do-well steals the cigar and goes home as like a fuck you type thing. He goes home, he starts smoking it, and he realizes all the ideas and stuff came from the cigar. And it's the ideas are swirling through him, and he's getting it down on paper and all this kind of shit. And then, then I'm not going to go any further.
Right.
I don't want to blow the.
Yeah,
but that's a great start. It's a great premise, man.
Yeah. It's.
Leave it
I got the idea
yeah.
from when Kirby did leave Marvel. He left his half-smoked cigar there, and Marie Severin took it, and she pinned it up to her corkboard with a note that's saying Kirby Cigar. And I've got that on my computer, and I've had it for years, and I've stared at that thing, and I thought, my God, this would be a great story, the story of Kirby Cigar, and so I created this whole scenario about it, and I'm really excited to do it. And what I've decided, which is interesting from this campaign, is, when I get to these, these marks like 100,000, and I want to add stuff to it, it's always better to add content. And I love short stories, but there's really no place for them. So
Right.
what I thought I would do going forward is in every campaign add a short story that might not have anything to do with the main story, but then eventually collect all those short stories into a an omnibus or a collection, where it would have a home. But this
Sure.
would be a way to experiment with different forms, different storytelling ideas. I've got a horror story which is basically a reworked rejected Hulk pitch called The Bunker, which I really want to do and experiment with some kind of different kind of storytelling techniques on it. And in the next one, in Escape from Monster Island, I'm going to stick that story in as a stretch goal, So I'm excited about that. I think it's going to
that'd be a great idea. It sounds cool.
Yeah.
And it kind of used to be kind of like that with comics. Sometimes you got a backup story or that sort of thing. So
Exactly. It lends interest.
Bonus.
It gives you something else.
Yeah, I love that about comics. Like I vividly remember reading, what was that? Was it Showcase? I loved that comic where they'd had new things debuting. Remember reading, was it Bernie Wrightson that drew Nightmaster? That comic Nightmaster. Do you know that one? It was like a sword and sorcery thing about this British rock and roll guy. They go in this weird shop and they go through a portal into this other fantasy world. It's called Nightmaster. I'm pretty sure it was Bernie Wrightson. But I just remember loving this comic. Like there are all these kind of new things that Showcase was doing and trying, just throwing stuff at the wall. And other, like I guess, was it Carmen Infantino that ran DC back then?
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like some Wrightson stuff here. Yep.
Yeah, I just loved it. I mean, it's all personal, like what hits you at a certain age, a certain mentality, but just the discovery, that was part of it, the suspense. Like, I guess it goes back to our earlier talk about house styles, like where everything rigidified a bit. But back then it was fluid, and it was the excitement of discovery.
Yeah, well, that's getting back to what I was saying, Paul. Branding, it's kind of that's kind of took over a little bit in terms of like you have a great Spider-Man story, but the people want to come back the next week and they want the same quality, they want the same product.
And the corporate people want that too because it's money. It's like it's like looking at your YouTube channel and seeing which video gave you the most return or views.
And collectability too. To do a story, continuing storyline. So when you have these horror stories, which are really cool and fun, but they're one shots, not connected to anybody else. There's no need to get them all or something, or any necessarily a desire to get them all if they're different artists or whatever writers doing them. So it's kind of like the consistency and the branding wasn't really there, even though the stories were great in a lot of cases. But
it's also they would try out new artists too.
Yes,
I think that's where like Walt Simonson first got his stories.
Exactly.
Or Howard Chaykin, I know, did some backup stories in the Burroughs books. I don't know, like Carson of Venus or something, and Kaluta and those guys too.
Exactly.
They weren't big names at the time, but they got their start doing that stuff in House of Mystery and all of that, which is kind of cool. It gives new guys a shot, and it also tries out new material.
Yeah, and it exposed the fans to the idea that it was normalized to have a wide range of styles. Like I remember discovering Alex Nino's art of Captain Fear in the back of whichever comic that was. Just loved that, but it was so weird, right? Like Captain Fear, and it was such a contrast. But then you got normalized, you got used to the fact that hey, that's what comics is. There are all these different styles. They're great stories. But we don't have to all lock in like comics is that one style that later has dominated. And it's kind of happened in animation too, in different phases of animation. Like there's kind of a normalized Pixar 3D style that's kind of taken over. And I'm against that. I mean, I know Alex Toth, I keep talking about him, but he loved all kinds of different things. He advised people, including me, to like study everything, absorb the best from different genres, music, art, writing, what have you, films. And that's like the way, and particularly for an artist, if you want to develop, that's great advice. Like do not narrow in too early just on one thing.
Right.
What did you guys think of? There's a guy F in the chat is asking about Walt Simonson's Thor. You guys, I loved that. I loved Thor.
Mm-hmm.
I never read it.
You got to go back and read it. That's probably his
stopped reading it.
best. His best stuff is the Thor stuff. I think.
I like Manhunter.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
That, and I thought his X-Men stuff was good too. Walt's X-Men stuff. But I just felt like Thor was just the right fit for his style for some reason. It really was cool.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's simply an
Thor.
age. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I liked his Thor, but I think he was hampered by work. You know, he was there during the Shooter years, and so like, you know, Walt is so great at opening up panels and doing really big things, and Shooter, you know, had these edicts about, you know, panels and things weren't supposed to bust out of the panels, and you know,
really?
He really hampered artists. And you see it when he went over to was it Valiant? You saw the same thing. It was, you know, straight on 6-panel grids, 4-panel grids, you know, that kind of stuff. Stuff not coming out.
So,
you know,
Graham, you didn't read much X-Men, but did you read the Walt Simonson crossover X-Men Teen Titans?
No.
Okay, that's one to look at too. I thought that was another just incredible bit for Walt. I mean, I thought it was fantastic. Fantastic.
I just
story.
never been an X-Men fan.
Right? Yeah.
I never read any of them.
So you probably weren't very interested in the Teen Titans either at DC. Yeah,
No.
because that's kind of their version of X-Men. Yeah.
Yep.
So even now, I did read some Teen Titans, not because I really loved the characters, but I was drawn to it when Jose Luis Garcia Lopez was drawing it, because I was always, for me as an artist, I was always drawn to the art. Whatever I picked I picked the books because of the art, not the stories. And when I was actually wanted to learn how to draw art. So when I saw someone I really could draw like crazy like that guy could, I gravitated to him, you know. So
I did like the Teen Titans that Nick Cardy did. I love that. I mean, you know, I wasn't reading it at the time, but when I rediscovered it later on, I was like, holy shit, this stuff is really cool. You know?
Yeah, there's so many various comics. Like, I'm going to hold up one. This is just my personal favorite. You guys seen this comic? Oops.
Spaceman from Dell.
Yeah, fantastic. Like, and it's Jack Sparling. I think it's Jack Sparling is the artist.
Okay.
And it's kind of like an acquired taste, because it's kind of, I don't know how well it'll show up on the screen here, but
yeah. Well, let me put you full screen here. Hold on a second.
Yeah, no. All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Trying to. There we go. It's kind of crude artwork, actually, when you look at it, but it's
it
a
looks
whole
like
science
traditional
fiction.
comics to me.
Yeah, it's a science fiction story. Another favorite I'll show is, like, if we're on this kind of topic, is, I'm sure you guys have seen this. Just loved this. The Time Machine version.
Oh, the classic stuff. Yeah.
I don't know the artist inside. I've seen it. This is a glossy reprint. It's a little too shiny.
Yeah.
But I just loved it as a kid. You know, when you're a kid and you're not a professional artist, you don't judge it by the same standard.
Right.
And I mean, my memory of this is, we went to a cottage in the Gaspé in Canada, in Quebec, in the summer, probably 1966. And we went to this cottage of these friends, and I had never seen Classics Illustrated. So I guess I was a little bored, rambunctious. I was about 7 or 8. And so this cottage, the owner was the pastor, or one of the reverends, I'm not sure. He was a function at our church. We went to an Anglican church in Montreal. And so he was very kind, and he knew what I needed. So he said, go in this room, and there's a whole chest, a wooden chest filled to the brim with these classics comics. And this was one of them. I read it, and other ones like Jules Verne, Masters of the World. Just fantastic stuff. And it introduced me to those classic books and these early comics. Like, it was great. You know, so it's all about variety.
Yeah.
Whereas maybe it's become narrower.
Would you from back then? You know, you had other publishers, you know, in different styles. I know a lot of artists like the work of Jesse Marsh, and I just can't wrap my head around that guy's work. Do you guys like his stuff?
Well,
I don't know.
Toth recommended him a lot and seemed to admire him. And I'm going to get burned for this because someone in the chat there was saying a little while back that my intro is going to now be every time I mention Toth, it's going to be seared on me like a brand.
It's a drinking game. When Paul mentions Toth, everybody takes a shot.
That's right. But he talked about, I can't help it. But he talked about Jesse Marsh in one of his articles, and that he admired him, that he was a workhorse, that he turned out this stuff, that he knew his craft. It's true that his rendering of figures and stuff was not as, it's just like off in some places. But you could even, if you're talking about criticism, you could level some of that at Alex Toth, because some of his figure work, like he said, as I said earlier, muscles don't tell stories. And he clearly said that he was not a muscle artist.
Yeah.
He was not into the super anatomy and all the little, what's this little muscle and getting it all right.
Right.
But he knew how to tell stories, for good or bad. And he did that really well. So it's just a difference in approach. And I think Jesse Marsh is probably in that. He looks to me like that Milton Caniff influenced kind of thing with the style of inking. But he's more about telling stories.
He drew, and his rendering on animals was beautiful. It was his figure work that was horrible.
Yeah.
You're having to draw Tarzan, so you can't get away with hiding the figure under suits and jackets and stuff like that, which guys like Frank Robbins could do. That whole Sickles school, Caniff school, were really good at rendering clothing and stuff like that. But when it came to muscles, it wasn't their thing, and it wasn't the style of storytelling they were doing back then. But if you got to do Tarzan, come on, you gotta, this is the epitome of human, physique. You got to be able to draw the muscles,
Yeah. It's interesting I'm just looking
Hold
at this
on
guy.
a second here, people. We got a big one from NRG Comics, $100. Congratulations to Graham and Compass on another great campaign. Sorry, I'm so late to the party. Cheers.
Do you got any music to play or something? You got to have something. Balloons? Fireworks?
Well, Dan, I thought maybe you would sing a song for them.
Oh, shit. You don't want it. That would be a punishment. Not a reward.
Thank you, NRG Comics. That is very generous. Much appreciated. And I can't thank you guys enough. In fact, why don't we, while we're thinking about it, do a refresh here, see where we're at. All right, 105, 880, 106, 455. Wow.
Nice.
We are climbing here.
There we go.
This is very nice. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, it's just, these chats, I'm learning a lot just about, stuff I didn't know. There's a guy the other day that Marcus Killigu told me about, and I was like, oh my gosh, and I had not seen his work before, and he's such a good artist. But let me see if I can find him. But go ahead and talk,
I'm seeing the reference here to Russ Manning, Magnus Robot Fighter. Fantastic. Love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think Toth worked with him.
Stan Drake. I didn't know about Stan Drake. And
no.
Right.
Yeah.
Neil Adams, Stan Drake.
Marcus was telling me that. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's. I looked it up and like, this is really great. It's funny. I'm such a Frazetta guy, and I love it so much. And now when I see some of these older artists, I'm like, I'm seeing now. Oh, I see. He wasn't quite original as I thought. Like he's pulling from a lot of these guys, others really masters before him. So it's kind of fascinating to see how that all kind of came together. I do like Graham, like roots of stuff. I like seeing the roots of the art, like where were their influences, where they came from. You look at someone like Mobius, and you see that. Then he's looking at Winston McKay. He's looking at Hergé, from Tintin. And you see that these things come together and they make something really wild and original. Or even just Sienkiewicz looking at Neil Adams. He started out as Neil Adams, and then just to see this stuff develop and grow, it's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
There's it.
You look at Adams stuff. Adams worked at the same ad agency that Stan Drake and Leonard Starr worked at. Those guys did commercial jobs in comics as well. And you could see, like when Neil was doing Ben Casey, he was clearly channeling Stan Drake.
Mm.
Yeah. And, have you guys seen that on Leaf Peng's Today's Inspiration group on Facebook, where he's got tons? Do you know that group?
Yeah. I'm part of that group. Yeah.
So incredible. And on there, I mean, I'm not totally up on this, but there's an artist called Tom Sawyer that I think is still with us. He's an older fellow, but he was apparently a key part of this style that I think, in fact, may have influenced. I don't know if I get the progression right, but I'm pretty sure that he influenced the Stan Drake and then Neil Adams.
Oh.
Amazing artist. There's a whole album on Today's Inspiration of this Tom Sawyer's work. Just fantastic stuff. That
you
whole
could
kind
almost
of
say that Albert Dorn did that too, because when you look at Albert Dorn's pen work, like when he was doing illustrations, like or drawings, pre-painting, I mean, that looked very much like that advertising house style,
Right. Yeah, the level of ability back then was just astounding.
Oh yeah,
you know, just like
raw.
Well, they emphasize they're all coming out of art, so they're all they're all learning how to draw either in art school or the traditional way, and so they have solid foundation. Today, you don't need any of that apparently.
Yeah. Well, these younger folks are coming out learning to draw from other artists. They're copying styles, and you're getting watered down versions.
Yeah, it's like looking through a distorted mirror or something.
Yeah, it's like a Xerox has been Xeroxed 100 times, and it starts to break apart, and you don't get the solid foundation that you had in the original. And that's not a good way to learn. You have to make your own mistakes. You can be influenced by somebody, sure, but you don't want to copy their style and copy their mistakes.
Yes.
You'll make your own.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I mean the marks that an artist makes, that's like only a mid stage of the journey, right? So you've got nature, and then you've got the way each artist stylizes it into symbology, like lines. And so often you see artists asking, like younger artists that are being like, where do I get my style from? Where do I get my style from? And it's all about going back to nature, which is what all these earlier artists that we admired, they went to life drawing, like John Buscema, Alex Toth, Joe Kubert, whatever. They're drawing the model. That's like the beginning point. It's nature.
Exactly.
It's the real. Then you can compare that to, like, if you go back to that source, nature, then you can say, oh, okay, I see, like, okay, Mobius is drawing this way, Toth's drawing that way, Kirby's doing this thing. They're all referring back to the same source, but they've made their different stylizations. And then you can unfold your own. Toth called it natural handwriting. Like your style will evolve naturally and unfold from studying nature. And that's like the thing that all these younger artists are always asking, like, how do I jump to the end point and get this great style that will get me attention and social media and clicks and money and whatever, gigs at the big companies or what have you. It's not really about that. It's about go study nature, get excited about what you like drawing. Mm-hmm. All these people, Frazetta did that. It's almost like a forgotten secret, right? Like that long cut, as I call it, is the shortcut. Is just go back and do all that stuff. You have to kind of humble yourself to admit it and go look at what's nature.
Yeah, you got to look at nature, and then you got to look at their interpretations of how they tried it. You got to look at both really and see what because you don't want to just duplicate their mistakes too, and you want to look at what's been done. I look at everything really. So
my classic example is. So sorry, Dan. Like my classic example is everyone copies Bruce Timm, or another example like Bruce Timm with his stylized, Batman animated stuff, and he'll do like the deltoid and the biceps and all the arm as one big swoop, or put these angles in. Well, that's all great, but he's learning from other people and he's doing his thing. Another example is, particularly in the indie sphere of graphic novels, a lot of the younger artists I realized, well, for a while I was part of the Flight Forum, Kazu Kibuishi, who did Amulet graphic novels that are very popular now. He's done 9 of them. So I was part of this forum, and I had a thing published in Flight 5, which was an anthology. And again, this is not really a critique. It's more like an observation, is that a lot of them admired Calvin and Hobbes. Okay, so Bill Watterson, brilliant guy, but some of them jumped right to copying the end style, which is he has a very loose, brushy inking style, Bill Watterson, brilliant. But when you look at it with maybe understanding and you look through it, you see, okay, the guy knows what he's doing about the cartooning language, about drawing anatomy, composition. And then on top of that, he's just rendering it very loosely. Like he probably could have done it more cleanly. So if you skip all those steps and you just go to, hey, that guy's cool, I'm going to copy that. We've all done it. Like I did it too when in my teens. It's really not the answer though. It's maybe just the stage.
Yeah, you look at Kubert's stuff and you think, oh, how easy is that? Because it's so loose. But the drawing is so solid underneath.
And the staging. Well,
yeah.
Yeah, it's not something. See, Paul was asking about heavy metal and Mobius. He did do stuff in heavy metal, but I think it was from the French version was Metal Hurlant. There was something like the version of heavy metal.
Yeah,
so he started there, and then they made heavy metal was the version of that magazine. Mm-hmm. So
he did. What was that character that rode like the pterosaur? And they used it in.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I don't know.
What's the name of that character? Guys in the chat.
Yeah, someone's got to get that.
Yeah, you guys know the name of it. Is that character with the tall hat? Tarna? Tarna was the woman, right, Henry? I'm thinking about the guy who rode the.
The guy with the cement like beast hero.
Are you talking about Arzak? The whole thing? Are you talking about
Arzak? Yeah.
Arzak, yeah.
Arzak. Yeah. Arzak or Arzak? Yeah.
Arzak, exactly.
Yeah. Azrak.
Arzak.
It's Arzak.
Okay. We're close enough. We're close enough.
Arzak, I'm sure. I remember now.
I have a sort of Mobius stories, if you want me to tell them, because...
I love Mobius. Mobius was so strange and so weird, but he was really just so interesting, and that he was really... if you ever seen an interview of his, it's just so fascinating how he mentioned he was trying to like dream awake. Like, you'd have a dream, but he wanted to like be in that state as he drew, which sounds pretty funky. Probably there's some drugs involved in there somewhere probably as well. But it was weird. It was weird stuff, man.
Yeah, I met him once.
That was my favorite because I love Western.
Oh, very highly skilled.
Fascinating how he had those two styles, and he talks about that in his interviews, where he says he's got these very different styles, a very realistic one, and then this one's kind of like free, loose, and strange, But
there was a French artist named Gigé, which is a short form for I don't know his full name, but which I think was his big influence. And obviously Mobius, Jean Giraud, was very studied and knew all kinds of earlier influences. But I have two brief stories about him. I only met him once in person, but I had an earlier story because in the early 80s, I had done this comic Exile of the Eons for Andromeda magazine, which is an early sort of black and white thing in the direct market. I'm trying to keep the story short so it's clear, but what had happened was Yves Chaland, which was a French cartoonist who really rose and just was a master cartoonist. In those early days, he was the editor or working with the editorial people on Metal Hurlant, the French magazine. And he wrote me a letter. He wanted to publish it like a doofus. I didn't want it published because I was embarrassed by it. But a year or two later in 1981, I went to Paris because my dad's from France. And it's a long story, but I ended up living in Paris for a few months. And I looked up, I tried to look up the heavy metal Metal Hurlant people. And I remember sitting waiting for Jean-Pierre Dieudonné in his office for hours, because I was like, I got to meet these guys. I never met him, Mobius or this editor, Jean-Pierre Dieudonné. But what was cool was there's I can't remember his name, but there's an agent guy who sort of took me under his wing. And he, wow, look at that, 107K.
Yeah. I'm trying to get my phone thing to pop up again.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't it your other hand, Graham?
There it is.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is.
So weird. This editor, this agent, Michel something, he took me Mobius had designed this movie called The Time Masters. It was an animated movie. And you can still find clips of it, I think, on YouTube. But he had designed it. And I remember going to the editing room and getting to watch. But my other and I didn't meet Mobius. He wasn't there, but they were editing this cool animated movie. They're all kind of encouraging experiences. My other story, though, was that later, I think it was 1986, maybe I went to the Chicago convention. And so I'm in the pool because there's a hotel where everyone is at. After the thing, I'm in the pool and I look over and they're lounging against the pool. there's Jean Giraud, the master. So I kind of float over to and I was like, I was very, like, a lot more shy back then. I will say introverted, but I struck up a conversation with him, and he was like, "Oh, well, hello, who are you?" And I said, "Well, I'm an artist." He's, "Well, come and meet me." I'm not doing the accent right. I should know a French accent, but
my God, you're Canadian and French. You should be able
to Well, come and meet me. I'm doing a German. I'm sliding into German. Yeah. It's probably drinking the wrong wine.
You will meet me on the
Yeah, exactly.
We're Americans. We don't know anything. Well, you're actually Canadian.
So he arranged to meet me, I think, the next day, and there was a hotel conference room. This is a little bit of a depressing story, but it's a true story about meeting your idols, because I had amazing experiences. Even though Toth was supposed to be a curmudgeon, he was very kind to me and very friendly and accepting. So I go and meet this Mobius. I had my big old black portfolio of art, 1986. I'm 27. It's like I'm a working professional, but I'm like, bow at the feet of the master. What are you going to say?
Yeah, right.
We're in this conference room in the hotel, and he looks at it, and I don't remember most of it, but I remember just the ending, which was searing, because I don't know what state of mind he was in, but he goes, "Well, Paul, your work, it's very good, but
now you're an Irishman.
Great." Yeah, you will never be great. You'll never be great.
That's what he tells me. You'll never be great, Paulie boy.
And that's what he told me. And so that's kind of disappointing, right?
I'll say, thanks a lot, buddy.
He's like, wow, okay.
How can you determine that? How can you say you'll never be great? You can never say that. You don't know how much work somebody's going to put into.
So Mobius crushed your dreams? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, he's just crushing, just like crushing.
Jeez, thanks, Mobius.
Just crushing. Sorry, Mobius, but that's what happened. Wow. And I didn't let it stop me. It's like, okay, you got, and you think back later, you game it out because this is your idol. I don't think it was probably even just came out from somewhere, but you think, though, was he trying to do the dad thing where it's like you need encouragement by being brought down, and then you'll try?
Well, yeah, sometimes it depends. Sometimes people need encouragement. Sometimes they need a good kick, kick in the rear.
Yeah.
So maybe like, I don't know. Did he see that in me? Maybe he saw that. I don't know. But on the other hand, was he just being an ass? I don't know, because you also hear stories about people like that who are not encouraging to people coming up in the business. So that's my Mobius story. But Toth was never like that.
I met Kirby, and what do you say to Kirby? I was like, I was at San Diego Comic-Con, and I had this line there, and signing stuff, and then somebody announced that Kirby was back at his table, and I'm like, okay. I took my pen and went, that's it, I'm out, I'll be back. I got up. Went down the hallway, and I could see him. He was like T-boned at the end of this hallway, and I was like, I could run right into him. So I just ran down that thing because I was thinking there was a line coming from the side or something like that. And I get there, and I'm all by myself. There's nobody there, and good. I'm like, I stick my hand out, I'm like, oh, Mr. Kirby, I just want to say, you've been a huge inspiration to me. I didn't tell him I was a professional, that I was, over there signing books or anything like that. Because what do you say to Jack Kirby to impress him? I got this comic that came out and I created Bane. And I was like, fuck you, I created Captain America. So it's like I just wanted to tell him how much, he meant to me and his work meant to me. He was sick. He passed away that following year, so you could see he was tired and stuff, and I didn't want to take up too much of his time, but I did get to just impress upon him, how much his work meant to me, and it was important for me to express that. I was really happy I got to do that, and I got to meet Stan too the year before he died, and shake his hand and say, hey, thanks for everything, that type of stuff. And you don't know.
What about Frazetta? Did you meet Frazetta?
I had the opportunity to, because the NCS was going to his house to present him with this Lifetime Achievement Award, and we were all supposed to do these sketches in this book for him, and I couldn't go, and I did not. Had I gone, I'd have met him for sure.
Yeah, I was almost afraid to like meet him. I thought it'd be something where you were saying, like you were saying, you go up and go, "I really love your work," and then he just like grab me by the back of my neck and throw me out the door. Hey, little punk, get out of here.
Yeah,
That's the kind of guy. That's the impression I got from him. Like he's just kind of a just no nonsense bullshit, badass kind of guy.
I think he was. They called him the Brooklyn Hillbilly. He was great. Ramita, I got to meet Ramita, and he was fantastic. I never got to meet John Buscema, and I regret that. I almost got to meet Roy Crane.
Wow, really?
I was going to a convention in 1977 in Orlando, and he was the guest of honor at the show, and he died 2 weeks before the show.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I would have loved to have met Buscema. That was my other idol, because I went nuts when I got that How to Draw Comics, the Marvel Way book. And that's so my beginning work was Buscema-esque, for sure. And I went from there. But man, that was he was my big idol. I also like Gene. Actually, everyone in that book I kind of gravitated towards. I love Gene Colan, and I got introduced to Jack Kirby and that kind of stuff. So Gene Colan was another big just guy I really love. Not so much. I don't know how much maybe he did influence my work, but man, I love this stuff. Talk about loose though. It's holy shit. Just he would draw buildings and backgrounds. I don't even know if he uses straight edge. Like those things are like curved streets, like what the heck? But somehow it worked. It somehow came together. It was amazing to me.
Yeah, Colan was great. The problem for me with Colan was the storytelling, because he was working plot wise. Almost every one of his stories bottled up at the end. It's like he put all these great images in, and then when he got to the end, he ran out of real estate, and so he had to shove everything at the end. It didn't get spaced out enough, and I think that's due to the fact that he was doing it style. The
Marvel method thing.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense.
But that guy could draw, though. I mean, his angles, his shadows, his pencil drawings are freaking amazing. I wouldn't want to ink them. I did download some of his pencils into Procreate and ink them, and it was fun. It was a fun learning experience, to do that. And how do I translate this? These pencil lines here.
Hey, speaking of the French art, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was going to say, speaking of the French artists, what do you guys think of the Philippe Droulet? Do you guys know him?
Yeah, no, I had all his books, but I don't know why I bought them all, because it seemed to be the thing to do at the time, but just so weird and occult and like not really great draftsmanship. I think I liked them for a while back when I was like a mid-teen and I was into that. They're just very bizarre.
Yeah. To me, what I liked was just I don't know. I don't have like a lot of his books or anything, but I just have a number of the images from their pre-printed and heavy metal and stuff of these wars and these battles and that sort of thing, where the scale what hit me there that I never really saw before in comics.
Yeah.
And so I was like, wow, this is just wild how they these structures are giant cement structures with a million stairs going up and things like that. I'd never seen anything like that. So when I look at comics and I go to into a comic shop, I would look for some new and interesting images. I was very artistically motivated when I went through to see what was out there and see if I could just for my own amusement and enjoyment.
No, I totally understand it. And that sort of gets, there's so many angles you could branch out on this kind of conversation. Like what comes to mind first, though, is in that time before the explosion of social media, staring at phones, internet, it's like what you read about earlier ages of the world where you didn't even have printing. So to see an image like that's not your eyes, but a created image like in a church or a painting, an icon, or a painting in a rich nobleman's house or what have you, like that was just like a unique experience. And so then we had this mid-ground when before the internet, we had a lot more images, but they were still printed in magazines, books. And again, like I said earlier in the stream, if you went to see, like, say, a Disney movie that really impressed you, like I remember seeing The Sword in the Stone when I was a little kid, They played it we were all in the gym in Christmas, and there was a treat in the school I was in Montreal, and they played the Sword and the Stone once, and it was just magical, just stunned me. Or Dalmatians later, So the idea is that those images are precious, but now we have this like stream of them going by, and you just take it all for granted. Certainly kids, it's not a criticism of them. It's just a description of the state of being of these times. Like, we don't know the value of one because there's this endless stream of these disconnected images flowing by.
Yeah. And even a not so old thing that, like, we talk about movies and stuff, I kind of miss the video stores. Because I remember going to you go walk in there and you could scan all the movies. I mean, I used to be up on all the latest movies. I'm not anymore. I have no idea what's going on because you can't do that online. You can't do that on your computer screen very easily. Right. You can kind of flip through them, but I can't hardly see them, frankly. They seem too small. But when I could look at a whole wall of movies that you walk from one end to the other. I've covered everything that's recent, and sometimes you say, "Oh, I heard about that one. I want to see it." So I saw a lot more stuff back then, and that's just the organic because it's there. It's a real product.
And it was very
same thing with comics. You saw it, you picked it up, and now it's harder.
And it was it sounds like NRG's giving you something.
Yeah, he says refresh the screen. All right, timpani, here we go.
Hey, there you go.
107, 155.
That's great. You really jumped up. Where did you start tonight, Graham? You're at 10. Was it 4?
10. Let's see. It's probably on my phone here. I haven't refreshed that, so let's see what it was.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
It was 103.
Yeah. What were we? What were we saying? Brain fart. What were we saying before that? We're talking about.
I don't know. I got lost. Will we ever get a Compass Comics baseball cap? Probably. The problem is that my logo doesn't translate into very easily into a sewn patch, if you will, because of it, all the fine details in the background. So a lot of that stuff has to get dropped, and I don't like that. I like that map that's in the background. It's part of what the logo is. So I've been kind of trying to figure out, well, how can I do this without screwing it up?
They can't sew it. The finer.
No, it's too fine.
So, someone in the chat reminded me, so now it's my brain fart's over, but because Dan was talking about like video stores, and I was talking about images. So it reminded me of again, like we all relate things to our own life, but to me, it's the tactile experience. Like I remember vividly as a mid to late teen, there was no internet, and we're fairly isolated in Ottawa. So I'd stay up super late. I had headphones like this. My parents had a really nice sound system Techniques turntable.
Oh yeah, I had a Techniques.
You'd look at the albums. So I'd stay up super late listening to like Billy Joel, The Stranger, Led Zeppelin, Yes albums. And I'd be looking at, I could just remember looking like on a night like this, looking at the album artwork, the inner sleeve, right? And you learn to value and put your attention on these things, in a very focused way that, you wouldn't, because you have access to all these images. There's always the next one to go on to and look at. But back then you had such a limited amount. I'd study these Kirby comics. I'd study my Chris Foss paperback covers. Like they're just cheaply printed on. It's like trying to discern every little mark, or like Dan with Frazetta, right?
Yeah, well, there's certain things you can't duplicate, like we're just saying, Graham, the smell of the paper, the newsprint. When you walked into the comic book shop, that was overwhelming. And even today, when you go into a comic book shop, there's so much toys and everything else, you don't really, you almost can't smell that.
Yeah, there's comics, and the paper's different. It doesn't have that smell. It's all coated stock.
Yeah.
It's a different smell.
Exactly.
But when I buy an old comic and I take it out, first thing I do is take it out of the bag and smell it. I mean, I bought. I collect.
Now is that toxic to us eventually? Is that something that if you're smelling?
I don't care. I don't care. It smells too good. I bought a Fantastic Four #2 on eBay, and it was slabbed. And the first thing I did was take a screwdriver to it and busted it open. And then I cut open the sealed part, took it out of the Mylar, and went.
Yeah, there you go.
And then read it. I read the actual Fantastic Four #2 as it was printed, and not a reprint or anything. I wanted to hold it and read it because I like that.
Yeah.
By
the way, it's interesting. Just talking about the comic art too, and how it's printed now. There's something about the newsprint that was forgiving. I felt like with the new really beautiful printing, it doesn't like when you're printing on newsprint, it kind of almost has a fuzziness to it, and the colors and stuff. It's a different kind of an art, because I think sometimes even the drawing quality, things I saw in printed on newsprint were then printed on nicer paper, and it didn't look as good, and they looked more crass. They looked more gaudy or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
They wasn't as soft. It wasn't. Yeah. There was something about the softness of the ink hitting that paper.
The absorption of the newsprint would suck in some of the hue of the ink. So it wasn't so. But remember when Marvel was experimenting with that Baxter paper in the late 80s, early 90s? Yeah. Oh my God, that stuff looked horrible because they were still using dot pattern printing. The same type of plates that they used on the newsprint, but now it's on this ultra white Baxter paper, and it just looks terrible.
Yeah.
And they were coloring it. It was before digital, so they were coloring it on these like blue lines where I guess they gave the colorists, very slick paper. And so you could see that they were scrubbing around with the inks. It probably wasn't their fault. They didn't lay flat, or they weren't using gouache maybe, or something like acrylic or gouache. Well, actually probably gouache would have been the best thing to kind of, which the Europeans use, gouache, which is like liquid watercolor, but it's more opaque.
Yeah, it's got some gum in it, so the gum Arabic or something.
A lot of times
it looks scrubby.
Dr. Martin's dyes, to color that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we all suffered through that era, right? Like I did some coloring, and in my little YouTube video, I was talking about. I read a postcard from Toth, and he was asking me because his friend Pat Boyette knew somebody at a printing company, and back in the 80s, like maybe 84, 85, Fantagraphics hired me to color their Mechanics miniseries from Jaime Hernandez. So they had seen my work, I guess, because out of my Mr. X debacle, where I sort of co-created this Mr. X comic, but I ended up being the colorist for one issue, and that was Jaime Hernandez's work. So they hired me to color this Mechanic series, but it was done that way. Like I got film positives, and I created my own kind of blue line underlays, and used airbrush and gouache to do it. But I was emulating what I had learned from these European albums, like Yves Chaland, who had colored some of the Mobius albums. Yves Chaland and his wife Isabel, she had colored these. They both colored these beautiful Mobius albums, like what was it called, the Incal.
Yeah, the Incals, yes.
So it's all pre-digital stuff, right? It's like such a different era.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. Just the digital coloring now. That here's I don't know if you guys seen some of my tutorials, but I was talking about just like the understanding the color in comics and how people are they don't understand color. They're putting white and black. Because they can do this now, and they're not doing complementary colors, and everything's getting grayed down, and we're losing some of that fun. Because it used to be, you had just a certain limited palette, but that happened to make it great, fun to look at. Superman was red, blue, and yellow because that's all the colors they had, So it's like, but now you can do all these variations, and it's kind of, I think it's changing the art a little bit too, that just what looks better. You might see a change in stories. You may see things go back to maybe a little more horror and like Monster Island, things like that, because now that you can do all these different tones, it actually works better for those stories when we have a more unlimited palette of color, versus before.
The key is color theory. It's understanding the separation of forms, particularly in a narrative art form, when you've got panel and panel and panel and panel, and you've got, foreground, middle ground, background, you have to, the reader has to be able to travel through these pages and these panels. And if everything is modeled, then nothing stands out and everything is flattened, and then you have no sense of depth. And what they used to do in the old comics, they do those, what they used to call knockouts. Like the background might be, a warm color, all the backgrounds in a warm color, and then you might do full color on the foreground, or do a cool color to separate them.
Sure.
And they don't do that anymore. Everybody wants to airbrush and model everything, and,
Yeah.
and to me, it makes this stuff look muddy. It makes it look unclear, and it makes it look flat.
Yeah. And like I say, with the forgiveness too of ink drawing, when you try to color that realistically or paint, now that they can do it on a computer, it's not meant to be done that way. The form should be flatter, and you have to be really
100%.
careful.
And
Even when I color some stuff, I've been able to color Andy Smith's core draft stuff. I'm afraid I'm overpowering the drawings sometimes. Like I look at what I get from Andy, and then I'll color it, and then when I give him back, it's like it's really rendered really well, but I have to be careful I don't. I've had occasions where I've rendered the heck out of something, and I had to pull it back because I went too far, and I went too 3D. I went too painterly, and you don't want to do that. So it's really a tricky thing now that you have all these. It's like too many tools now at your disposal.
Right.
So you got to be careful you don't use them the wrong way.
Here's an example of what Greg Wright did. Here, let me put myself on full. This page right here. You can see like the bottom panel on the left, the red being used. Now, there's no red light in that room, but it's reflective of the emotion, what's going on in the panel, so the color is being used for emotion. Same thing here. We've got this this cool color, which goes against the red next to it, and it pops those figures. There's no reason to render all of that, Yep. I think this is a really, really great stuff. I love Greg's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I use them so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what Dan is talking about, and the appeal of comics is in the graphic line art. It's that symbolic cartoon. That's what a cartoon is. If that gets obscured, it loses the appeal. And like I said this maybe on one of my videos or somewhere to someone recently, but my younger daughter Isabel, I vividly remember when I bought her some of those big Archie comic albums, and they had the beautiful Archie artwork, and she said, "Oh, Daddy, I just love the clean lines and the flat colors, like the." And I knew exactly what she meant. It's like I remember being a little kid reading these comics, just the graphic, flat appeal of these colors and lines. It was very calming and soothing. Yeah.
Carl Bark.
I agree with Dan.
Carl Bark stuff.
Well, talk about those spinner racks, Paul. You go in there, just see this just bunch of colors going up and down this art. It was just you knew it had nothing to do with math or science or homework or anything. This was just fun all the way down the line.
Pure entertainment.
Yeah, I traded a lot of baseball cards when I was a kid. I had like the whole '69 Mets team, and I traded them for like Casper and Spooky, Two Gun Kid, all these crappy comics that aren't worth anything, but I love them. I loved reading them more than looking at my baseball cards. So I guess it was worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had some good
guys, I'm
cards.
gonna wrap this up. I have typically I close out. I'll go all the way to 3 a.m. Because Indiegogo closes out on West Coast time, which is midnight for them. But I have a big day tomorrow because I'll be going to see my granddaughter, and I want to be well rested.
Congratulations, Graham, on that.
So thank you.
Nice.
So I can go snuggle with her a little bit tomorrow. But I want to thank you guys for spending your time and helping me close out, and of course everybody in the chat, for everything you guys have done, backing my project and other guys' projects, and this will still be live until 3 a.m. our time, Eastern time, and then it goes in demand. So basically, it's still up like a storefront for a while, probably about a month. It'll stay up, and then we'll close it down. So you still have time. Don't fret if you haven't backed it yet. You still got time. But thanks again, everybody. I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye
Thanks,
now.
Graham.